How we doing? What's up? First time I've been solo in quite a while doing a Seahawks thing. It is ironic to me that the past 2 weeks, Griffin has done two things. As I see Tan saying, did Griff get fired? One, Griff started calling it the Matty F Brown show as though he was some guest or co-host, which, ha ha ha, very funny. Now it literally is the Matty F Brown show, and don't forget it. And two, we spent a lot of the end of last episode talking about how the Seahawks, based on weather, might go 2-5, and then there has been what sounds like massive storms in the Pacific Northwest. I hope all of you are okay, because I saw some trees going down. I know people's power had been out. The Seahawks had been without power for 2 days at their facility, maybe going on for 3 days. Weather's no laughing matter sometimes. At the same time, it is amusing to me that Griffin still doesn't have internet. He does have power now, but he still doesn't have internet. So I'm riding solo. And I appreciate all of you being in here. The questions, seeing that we have people tuned in live on a Saturday. I don't think the Huskies are playing this Saturday, but I do know the Cougs play in just under an hour's time. So thank you everyone for tuning in. And we have some massive news, which is us doing it on a Saturday. Just before I was about to go live, Henry, absolute overload legend, already a financial supporter of our stuff, just messaged me on Blue Sky saying, hey, I have 2 tickets to give away. Would you like to give them away on your stream? Almost sounded too good to be true, but knowing Henry and what Henry's done for the podcast in the past, turns out I have 2 tickets to give away to the Seahawks-Cardinals game tomorrow. I will figure out live how to put them in the hands of someone who is an overloader, and I'll work that one out. But I'll be giving them away at the end of the stream, or maybe at halftime. What we're doing today actually is looking back at the Seahawks run defense / overall defense, but there'll be a heavy emphasis on run. But basically playing through the entire defense tape versus the 49ers. It will probably get copyright striked by the NFL. Like, whenever you show a whole game, it does tend to, or even half a game. But I was so excited about this. I know Griff was too. They did so many good things. There's real signs of progress from this. And yeah, the giveaway, we'll give everyone a chance to get in here, for everyone to warm up a bit, for me to warm up. And then I'll work out a way to do it. But that's right, 2 tickets to the Arizona Cardinals home game tomorrow, which I will be giving away, courtesy of Henry. So everyone in the chat, thank Henry. I've seen we've already had someone do that. But and Griff hasn't been fired. He's just without internet, which, for watching tape purposes, poor Griff. I think he's been watching 2020 Seahawks defense, which, for those of you in the know, that's quite the fine thing. That's not necessarily all bad. All right, so we have the tape. Let me just look at the questions here, star them, catch up with the chat. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, I think the last time we did it like this was the draft, where it was just me, and we had some pretty good interaction. We had some big support, so I'm looking forward to this one. Axel, since Griff isn't here, someone has to ask if you have watched Children of Men. What do you think? It would have been quite amusing to have watched it with no Griff here to ask. But obviously, I'd only ever tell if Griff was here, so. You don't think the Huskies have any home games rest of the year? No. But are they playing today? I couldn't see whether they were playing today. I really don't have time to keep up to date with college football unless it's well, I don't want to insult the Huskies here, but unless it's a good team. I know they play Oregon next week, right? That'll be difficult. That's my college football analysis. Cutting. Right. Vince, I thought Matty might be running a marathon during the episode, but glad to have a marathon show instead. That's right. I was going to come up with some like horrendous AI generated thumbnail involving me running, which for AI that would be difficult to imagine, right? But no, I just went with the old thumbnail style. Is it a is watching one side of the football a marathon? Right now it's 11 p.m., which for me is so early. Like, I'm very awake right now. But we'll see how long this takes. I mean, actual streamers, people who do it for their job, they're straight up like 4 hours, right? That's like a half shift. So I don't know. If I lose my voice, I lose my voice. If we go, when we reach halftime, maybe we do the giveaway then. We have a little halftime break. Everyone leaves. And then we come back and we watch the second half. I don't know. I'll work it out. I don't know what this means. What does this mean? Yeah. Anyway, thank you. I think. Right, so Axel, the big question, where would the Seahawks linebackers rank across the league, beginning of the season and now? Well, I do watch some of the league, but obviously not in as much detail as the Seahawks, and I think what they've done, just adding Ernest Jones in, and based off tackle numbers, which are obviously the main driving force, it seems, when it comes to all-pro voting, but particularly Pro Bowl voting, which is obviously fan-driven. But tackle numbers-wise, Jones is up there, right? I saw he had the least missed tackle rate among linebackers in the league as well, per True Media, which is impressive. So he's going to keep getting the volume, you would think. But Tyrese Knight next to him, and we'll see that on this tape, he is not struggling, but he is slightly... He's a fourth-round rookie who is not massively athletic, and so he's improved on some things, certainly, since he entered the league and what we saw in the preseason, and definitely what we saw on his college tape, but he's still got a ways to go. So I'd say they kind of balance each other out into being kind of middle of the pack. But the play they were getting before this was really, really bad. I don't know what the worst linebacker group in the league is, but it was certainly like bottom third. I think that's fair to say. And, you know, when that happens, the knock-on effects on your defensive line are significant. Like, the defensive line is playing so much better because the linebackers behind them are playing with way more assuredness. They're lining up in, I think, better ways, but then the way that they're keying the football, pacing the football, and then coming downhill when the blocking scheme requires that of them, it gets the double teams off the lineman in front of them. And so the lineman in front of them can play more to their primary gap and have to worry less about having to stick on a double team longer. The guard on them or the tackle knocking down on them has to go up to the linebacker coming downhill at them. And so the lineman in front can just stick in their primary gap rather than really trying to hold or even trying to do too much and then get into their secondary gap a bit too early and the ball hasn't been paced out properly and then it kind of screws out the back door in a way it shouldn't, and that's the kind of leaky yardage that the Seahawks were giving up in the first few weeks of the season. Well, almost first half of the season, right? But the last two games, that's been not, I don't want to say solved, like let's chill out. This game they've got coming up against Arizona is a massive test of, you know, what's real, how good the Seahawks can be, and top 5 defense question mark is there for a reason in the thumbnail, because if they fix the run D, and, you know, they've made some significant personnel changes that we've spoke about, improvements, well, then there's so many, it's a lovely ripple effect for the whole defense, and they can get into their bag on the passing down stuff even more so. Axel, I said top half. Would they be top third? I think, well, let's wait and see with Tyrese Knight, okay? Jury's still out there. I was surprised Shanahan didn't attack him a bit more. But also with Knight's position being like, often to the short side of the field, often like on the weak side, he's playing that will. It might not matter too much. Like, there's places where, they require more, and that skill set is less taxing generally. There's still difficult things, of course, but, like I prefer Tyrell Dodson in that role than I did as a Mike. Similarly, actually, Ernest Jones, he's playing really good football as a Mike, but just because he's not the fastest guy, there's an argument that he would be a better Will, a la, KJ Wright would have been a great Mike, but he was an even better Will. I think Ernest Jones, we'll have to see what the future holds. Have to see if Tyrese Knight can keep developing. But, if there's, say, a Mike in the draft, and I know people are down on the draft in general, but if there's a Mike in the draft in general who they like, they could certainly, go get that guy, slot him in at the Mike, say, you're the superstar, kind of, you have the high-end ceiling that an Ernest Jones, despite how well he's playing, he isn't the fastest, and ultimately that does cap somewhat your potential, or even just your ability. And yeah, he's playing spectacular football right now, so... King Bomber mentioning a play of Juice Check running an angle route and Knight flat-footed. Probably would have been a touchdown, but Purdy doesn't see it in scrambles. Yeah, that's the type of stuff we're going to look at. All right, so are we ready for the tape? And as I said, giveaways coming. Let me just stick up on here a little banner. On the screen saying when the giveaway is for people who tune in. How does this look? That's all right, isn't it? What are we hiding there? Please subscribe, like, and share. Well, that is important, isn't it? Right. If you haven't liked the video, please do like the video because, the people who are actually good at YouTube, they tell me it matters. So, yeah. Right now we have 10 likes with 50 people watching live. Massively appreciate you watching live. But if you could like the video, if you could subscribe, we're almost at 3.5k. That would be hugely useful. All right. Henry saying hit it. Thank you, Henry. I do need that reminder. I think, do we need to hit it? Fine, we'll hit it. Sure. Henry, whatever you say. You've been so kind. You can call the shots here. Right, welcome to the tape part of the show. So, let's look at the Seahawks defense versus the 49ers in week 11 of the season. And is it fair to call Kyle Shanahan, or is it fair to call Mike Macdonald the Kyle Shanahan killer? Possibly. Very much possibly. I feel it sucks that we didn't see both teams healthy in either matchup. Like, the first game, Seattle was so banged up. And then this game, Shanahan kind of got in his feelings in terms of his play calling, in a way that he didn't have all his guys, and it showed up. Then Juice Check getting hurt, along with Kittle being out, it made their run game feel less threatening. At the same time, we cannot disregard what the Seahawks did. So what we'll do, right, is we'll watch every single play here, but I will try and explain it. Now, we had a couple of comments from people saying, please, break down terminology. I'm going to be light on terminology in general. If I use jargon, I will try to explain said jargon. At the same time, we are talking football, and if I explain every single piece of jargon, the stream literally will last 24 hours. And as much as I'd love to do that, you all need to go to bed. Like I said, there's some college football on. We have better things to do, don't we? So, if there's something which I did a poor job of explaining, you'd like to know more about, or your observation, like King Bomber had an observation earlier, please do get involved in the live chat. We've already had some great comments. I've starred some of your questions, which we'll try and address. So, yeah. And, please make use of the live chat function, because a lot of the times as well, me seeing stuff in there, I'm like, you know what? I did do a poor job, or I hadn't seen that. And it's fun to watch tape with other people. Because usually I would be watching it like this, and probably with the other light off too, just getting like a computer screen tan like a gremlin, and it wouldn't be as fun. So there you go. All right, here we go. So 1st and 10, first play of the game. Now Shanahan very early tried these types of shifts. He'd shift where is that? Who is this? Who is this man? Yeah, so that's juice check. So big part of the 49ers offense is playing 21 personnel, so your 2 running backs, your 1 tight end. So ideally you're trying to get the defense into base, or you're saying our run game's good enough to get base, which the Seahawks respond with. There's their 4 linebackers, there's their 3 D linemen. And then what the 49ers are good at is they can run the ball out of that, but hey, if you're going to show base, the 49ers feel good enough about their personnel to get into more of a spread look. So they're in their base personnel, but this is trips, right? It's spreads, kind of trips. Now, Kittle's off the ball. We've still got an under center formation here. But they're able to do everything out of their core components. Now, I said Kittle. He's not in the game, is he? That's Saubert. But that would ordinarily be Kittle. And I likened it I went on the SIS football podcast with Bryce Rossler. And I likened it to the Infinity Stones, where the 49ers, when they literally had one of everything, right? They had one of every stone. And, you take one guy away, and then they just hit the other guy. You take one option away, they just hit the other thing. But without Kittle, then with Juszczyk getting hurt, with no Brandon Ayuk, suddenly they're down 3, and it's just, I think, too much for them to overcome. I would pick them to lose against the Packers, because I just don't see how they can get this done. And by the way, of course, Purdy's hurt his shoulder as well. So much of their offense is just missing, but that doesn't discount what Seattle did. So here we go here. So why would they do that type of shift? Well, it tells, and by the way, I might try and up the pace a bit, but when Griff and I watch the tape, we're going through it in a way it obviously goes on too long still, but we're trying to slow it down. But when and this is just how I do it. I'm not saying there's a right way to do it, but I don't know if maybe you guys will enjoy hearing my process, seeing as it's just me. But I will rewind, forward wind all the time. I'll try and make it watchable for you guys and not be too belabored on this. But I'll look for different things each time. So we've just seen that Juszczyk shifted out here. Now, why would they do that? Well, it gets that spread look out of the base personnel. You end up with Boye Mafe, an outside linebacker, walked out on Deebo Samuel. So not the best matchup, eh? And you also end up with the Seahawks telling Purdy that he has zone coverage if he were to pass, because the corner's gone out with the fullback. If it was man-to-man, you might have the outside backer go out of the fullback, or possibly a safety go out of the fullback, but you'd keep Spoon on Deebo. Now, the Seahawks are playing an under front, aren't they? So they have a nose tackle shaded to the tight end side. They have a 3 technique shaded to the boundary and to the weak side, sorry. But they also set their strength off the field or the boundary. So the field is the wide side. This is the short side. Here, I believe this would be, because of how the 49ers like to shift, I believe Seattle would just set their strength. They're just saying we're going to play under to the field no matter what. Which is something that that type of front in base, Macdonald calls it rock laser. The Ravens tree does. So here's the shift. Notice Seattle doesn't reset. So they don't say, hey, I'm going to move. We want the 3 tech to the weak side. So the weak side's now over here in terms of the run formation, because the tight end's going here. But they don't reset their defensive tackles. They just play it. So again, implying they've actually set their strength to the wide side. And they're playing under. Now, this is a cool, first off the bat, very cool concept from Macdonald, where a big part of this game plan was creating kind of no room to this strong side. Look how many bodies we have to the C-gap area. We have 4 guys crushing the line of scrimmage. This is a kind of weak area, isn't it? But we could have Leonard Williams play thick in there and Maffei come down on the edge. But if we count down what's going on at the line here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys coming down. So they have essentially created a 6-man front. Just remember the 6-man front thing, because that's a massive theme to this whole game. What this does is obviously denies them this C-gap area. They end up spilling the ball with how aggressive they play it, but so the ball gets spilled to the outside. If we just watch that through. Cool. Ball spilled to the outside. We will understand that. Big penetration up front. Very difficult to block for the 49ers. And what they're playing coverage-wise is, this is the cover 4 side. So basically Maffei's read is the 3 player. Kind of. But he can play more aggressive if he sees this run action here, because he knows this guy's responsible for 2 vertical. And on this side, they're playing the cover 2 side, meaning Woolen is responsible for the flats, meaning if this guy is to block down, there's nothing holding him really playing here, because he's not responsible for the deep. He's responsible for the flats. So if he gets that type of block, he needs to show up as the kind of new force defender. I.e., I'm going to set the edge. If the running back is going to run to the outside, I'm going to force him to bubble, or I'm going to force him to cut to the inside, which is the ideal thing. Build a wall, like Mike Macdonald says. So the ball spilled to the outside. You see Woolen show up to the outside. And what the other effect of this front is it creates very clean angles and clean path for the middle linebacker here, Ernest Jones. So how on earth are any of these guys to the strong side supposed to get him? How do they block him? They can't, because I'm crushing here, I'm crushing here, I'm crushing here, I'm crushing here. Even with this here, right, if I'm coming here, this guy's unblocked to flow over to the ball. So an immediate question would be, why don't you play these types of, getting into 6 guys down at the line? Why don't we do that every time? We'll look at that in a second. And I've got a story as well from actually the Super Bowl, and me enjoying monkey shoulder a bit too much, but also having a good conversation with someone that we can get into after. But what an opening play from Seattle. Like, Shanahan's opening scripts have been really good. I know he's struggled this year, but historically, he's the man. But this is different. It's also hard because that's what it's called, Jason. That's what it's called. Don't judge. There's a time and a place for it. Let's not be snobby. Right. So what's also cool is that they're showing like a very vanilla look, right? And then they're blitzing into the look post-snap. So they're creating the appearance post-snap. That's hard for the blockers. It keeps them on their heels. Right, 2nd and 7. So good 3-yard run to start off with. Okay. Oh, I hate... What are your views on this, guys? These types of motions. I mean, he's kind of going forwards, isn't he? It's timed up quite well. That's some bullshit. So some cool things here is I don't know whether this is cover 3 or cover 1. My best guess would be cover 1, where essentially this dude is responsible for this guy vertical, but if he runs shallow in, the rat takes him. I take the back. The rat cuts this crosser. This guy replaces the rat. Man to man, man to man, man to man, post. So this is, I believe, other than the front doesn't match the call, because it usually comes out of an underfront. But and obviously we have pair tight ends here. But I believe this is one funnel where we're funneling these guys based off how they distribute. And because they run, it's that. And it's man everywhere else. And you can imagine if this was George Kittle, they would basically be bracketing Kittle with these two guys focused on him. And there's a lot of traffic for McCaffrey to have to interpret here. So good job from Josh Jobe, who's very quietly. Jobe's having a good reps. Like obviously you don't want to put him up against their best, but this is Debo. He's very polished in his technique. I think Kyle Scott's done a good job. I think their time at Alabama overlapped. But I'm always a sucker for like the smaller corner who's just getting it done. He's dialed in. Misfit. Hey folks, glad I could make it. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, Misfit. Do you win the tickets? Hey, giveaway of 2 tickets to see Seahawks Cardinals tomorrow at Lumen Field, courtesy of Henry, a true overloader, is at halftime of this tape, okay? We've had 2 plays, so we're getting through it. So pretty sound, like obviously you don't want to get beat deep. It's a pretty good route. Ball's out on time. Another thing on the throw play, and I can't work out here what this is from. Is this just incredible awareness from Witherspoon, or is this actually cover 3 match? And I'm just completely wrong. Like, if he's man-to-man, his eyes are on the hip. His eyes are on the hip. His eyes are on the hip. Does he see out the corner of his eye the ball coming out to another guy? I think he might. He also knows he has help here, right? He knows the ball's not getting thrown there. I think that's an example of Spoon being a baller. And I think it is cover 1. Tan saying Jobe came in and just outplayed for Trey Brown's spot. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think that's correct. So, right now, what are the Seahawks doing? They're not giving up the explosive play. And in actual fact, in this game, it was the lowest amount of explosive plays Kyle Shanahan's 49ers have managed in a single game. That's crazy. What we're also seeing when you don't give up the big play is you get into 3rd and 3. Now, 3rd and 3 against the 49ers, that's not necessarily clear passing down, is it? They will run the ball. They ran the ball on a 3rd and 5 later, which is considered a clear passing down for everyone. They actually picked up a first down from it. But generally speaking, 3rd and 3 is a clear passing down in the NFL. Which is crazy, but it's just how the league is. And what that means is you can get more exotic. You can do more creative things. This is exotic from the Seahawks. This is where Mike Macdonald makes his highlight reels, right? It's where he makes his money. It's what he's known for, how he's able to package it together. So let's pause it here. Oh no, I messed up. Let's pause it here. What does this look like to you guys? What does this look like to Brock Purdy? To me, I'm seeing this guy here, this guy here, this guy here, this guy here. Man to man, right? I'm not seeing a deep safety in the middle of the field. And over here, I'm seeing double A-gaps mugged from the linebackers. I'm seeing our standard D lineman. And then I'm seeing the safety walked up, overloaded to the running back. So as King Bomber says, it looks like cover 0. Absolutely, it looks like cover 0. Absolutely. Looks like Seattle is going to bring one more than the 49ers can block. Unless they could chip this guy, I guess. And it looks like they're going to play with no help on the back end. Just straight man-to-man, no help. In actual fact, what they do is they play cover 3. So let's just play it through. It's 3rd and 3, short yardage, cover 3. Now, there's a slight wrinkle in how they play this. So this isn't particularly rare in terms of, showing cover 0, backing out into cover 3. But usually how teams would do it is they would play deep third, deep third, deep third. I'm playing into the curl flat. I'm playing into the hook curl. I'm playing into the hook curl. And that's that, right? But watch what Tyrese Knight and Julian Love do here. This is interesting to me. Julian Love ends up playing where Tyrese Knight, you'd expect him to play. They exchange their responsibilities. Now, I think part of this is essentially designed to be... Well, I think it's actually a read. Now, we've talked about this before, but there's a concept called cover 3 sight. So the Seahawks are showing this all-out pressure. They're showing cover 0, but they're playing cover 3, right? Now, the type of cover 3 sight, I believe, where this guy and this guy, Julian Love and Tyrese Knight, are visioning the running back. If the running back goes fast out here, I am going to take him into the flat, and I'm going to drop into the weak hook. However, if the running back is not fast into the flat, why would we ask this guy to play this guy vertical and deep in the weak hook? Because that's part of your weak hook responsibility. And put this guy on a guy who's basically inside and not a threat. There's no reason to do that, is there? What instead we should do is, if we get this, or this, we should have this guy play the less important thing, and we should have this guy play the higher stress element here. So, if you watch the end zone angle, here's Julian Love communicating with Kobe Bryant. Generally, the communication seems slightly cleaner from guys. Now, on the road, it's always easier than Lumen Field, especially if Lumen Field has 2 extra Seahawks fans in the stadium, thanks to Henry and the giveaway we're going to be doing. But, how noisy Lumen Field gets when the team's playing well, sometimes the comms is a bit harder. But, the last 2 weeks, and it's certainly a bit of confirmation bias in there, but it does look like guys are talking to one another better than they were doing, and hand signaling. And I know it has been suggested to me that the back end and the front end, there was a bit of a disjointed nature between them. And I would suggest that may be one of the reasons Tyrell Dodson's no longer on the team. Not that you can scapegoat one player, but he was the green dot wearer. All right, so here we go. So watch Love looking at McCaffrey. Watch Tyrese Knight looking at McCaffrey. And remember, he's the danger guy. So as soon as McCaffrey takes that step here, immediately Knight, who'd started pushing back this, he pushes flat. And immediately Love, who'd started going here so he could go here, he then starts bailing back here to go here. So now Love's looking across here for 3 coming up the seam, basically this guy, but he's not, he's breaking out. And Knight, he's looking here, basically at McCaffrey, because he's the threat, isn't he? So what's beautiful about this as well, right, and playing this to McCaffrey is, if he's done this thing, right, so now we know Love is playing in here and Knight's playing in here, right, rather than the opposite. If he catches the ball, who's going to be closest to him? It's going to be your safety. It's going to be the fast guy. It's not going to be Knight. But you're also getting kind of an inside-outside leverage on the danger man, the threat. Now, a lot of this game, I feel Purdy could have just checked it down to McCaffrey and been in a really good spot. Shanahan must be tearing his hair out at how often this guy's scrambling right now. He hurt his shoulder getting knocked around, so it's not gone very well. But anyway, if you look at McCaffrey here, I think that check down's probably a thing, isn't it? Given the depth they get. But anyway, instead, and Macdonald praised the focus this man played with, Reek Woolen gets the stop short of the sticks. So this is great stuff. First of all, playing around a bit at the snap, not making it so easy that you just line up in that same look each time, making the offense have to read you out, making the receiver have to think about his release plan. Woolen here, sliding out, staying on top, good disruption, fairly square, able to drive back, hasn't given much ground. That's a very tight window. There's not much space. He's right at the sticks. He's playing the situation, and he gets the stop short. So good stuff. This is interesting. You notice Leonard Williams tapping his shoulder, and Love is communicating with Bryant. And then Williams is now calling off the play. So I wonder if before the shift, and again, I said about the communication. Before the shift, this could have been, and this is something Seattle likes doing, this guy into a deep half, this guy in the flat, this guy like walling, or maybe this guy, this guy, and then pressuring off here, right? Some type of like fire zone, sending the safety. But post shift, they check into this cover 3 site dressed up to look like cover 0. Anyway, we'll never know. All right, so great start to the game. Offense has done something. So now what are we in? So now we're in nickel. And other thing with the defense, right? Big personnel change other than the linebackers is this man here. Roy Robertson Harris. What a name. RRH. H. And this guy here, Leonard Williams, both playing as this D end. So to the strong side, so to the 3 technique side in nickel. This is something that I anticipated, pat on the back. But it's something that I foresaw from Macdonald when he, because of his time with the Ravens. He used Brent Urban here. He also used Jadeveon Clowney there. But when they were getting really badly run on, he'd stick Urban out there. Now, Urban's a 6'7" guy. He's nearly over, like, 305 pounds. He's that run D type of solver, dude. And so what Seattle's got is Leonard Williams, who's really good at it. Really, really good at it. And then they've got Roy Robertson Harris, RRH. And I know leaving Jacksonville, I heard mixed accounts from about him. I know a lot of people weren't too high on him, but I'm so impressed with what he brings. He started a bit patchy, but the last 2 weeks it's been really good for like a depth player who rotates in, allows Williams to play his usual 3 tech or just get a breather. Right. So I believe this would be, and this is a 6th offensive lineman. Remember, Seattle had trouble against that versus the Bills as well. So it's like a real, like, we're better than you run. Oh, wow, yeah, this is a good one from Roy Robertson Harris and Ernest Jones and everyone. So it's also a Tyrese Knight play where he's slightly slow. So we're playing... Okay, yeah, so we're playing cover 2, cover 4. Okay, so here's our 3 receiver player. Here's our curl. Here's our quarter flat player. With this guy going this way, we don't have a number 2, so our number 2 is this dude, right? My number 3 is basically this guy. My thinking as this guy is if this guy goes in, I need to come up and play the run. So improvement-wise for the run D, one big aspect has been guys like Job, but even Woolen, when they've been in the flat in cover 2, and they've had a tight split receiver like this, they're showing up to play the run and be that force player much more prominently and aggressively, and just, it's not even aggression, it's just being more honed in and like streamlined in the way that they play it. So let's get rid of that. So you see here how Job gets disruption, sees Deebo Samuel crack inside on his nickel spoon, and then get outside. It's not the best rep, but he's showing up outside. Now, in cover 2, right, but just generally, Seattle is folding this nickel into the run fit more often. So rather than asking these guys to 2-gap more and say this guy's pure coverage, they're saying, look, let's play with these 7 guys. Oh my gosh. Let's play with these 7 guys as though they're actually involved in the run game rather than saying this guy isn't and asking more of these 2. What that means is more of a 1-gap style play where we get more downhill style play, which means these guys, as I spoke about before we came on to the tape, these guys can play a bit more aggressive and upfield and just knock their guy more into their primary gap, and it gets the double teams off them. Some of this may also be the tight splits. What's up, Lee? Good to see you. Right. So there's a few moving parts here. Shanahan also does this stuff because he can under-center 7-step drop out of this look. Pretty old school, right? But this guy then has leverage on this guy to do. Right? McCaffrey made so much money doing stuff like that. Rather than him having to start from here and then being, that's like, what, 2 big steps? Tan asking, how do you think Ty Okada played? Looks like Big Nickel was played a bit. We'll get to Ty Okada reps. We haven't seen one yet, right? So right now they're in just regular nickel with Spoon in the slot, but we'll get to that, Tan. So here, Leonard Williams, so he's playing a 3 technique. So outside shoulder on the guard. Now, I once watched a Rex Ryan thing on 3 techniques, and his way of coaching it was basically, the better you are, the heavier you can play to the guard, and the tighter you can align. The worse a player you are, the wider you need to play on the guard. Because the one thing you cannot do as a 3 technique is allow this guy to seal you inside and reach block you. Because you're aligning often to the strong side, and if they're running zone this way and you get reached, you're creating a hole right up that primary B. If this guy goes here, then we can cut off that, and it's, good night. So he called it an ability alignment. So Leonard Williams is a pretty ordinary alignment there, but it's more how he plays, which shows his ability just as a 3 technique. So that is thick. Like, he's looking like he's reached here. Look how thick his helmet is. His helmet's not out here. He is knocking the crap out of that guy. That's a thick play. But look where he ends up winning to. The B gap and the tackle. He's controlling that block. He's knocked that into the backfield. Aaron Banks, I know. Well, I don't know. He's had these pass pro struggles. I would imagine 49ers fans aren't as high on him as I have been in terms of his run blocking has been impressive to me in previous games when these two sides have faced each other. But that's a great play from Leonard Williams. Like, holy crap. And that's what I mean. Like, when he's more confident in what's happening behind, he can play like this. Now, what happens on the edge? We talked about building a wall. Here's Roy Robertson Harris. So that's a big edge. They're not asking Boye Mafe, more like 250, 260 pounder, or Derek Hall to play to the 6th offensive lineman who's masquerading as a tight end, right? They're putting a big ass, what is Roy Robertson Harris? 270, 280, maybe heavier. They're putting a bigger guy there. Likewise, Draymond Jones is on this side, slightly bigger guy. Similar thinking. I know he dropped some weight to be able to do the coverage stuff. But anyway, Harris, again, playing that super thick because he knows, right? If he plays this thick, Spoon's coming off the butt here, and we saw Job on the outside being the help outside here if the ball goes out. So he knows he can play kind of thick to this. And ultimately, he takes out 2 blockers from the play, and he wins to the outside. And I mean, that's a hold, isn't it? So while he doesn't make the tackle, Steph's saying 6'5", 290 pounds. Thank you, Steph. While he doesn't make the tackle, that's a really impressive, useful play for the D, where he's basically set the edge. Yeah. Now, second level-wise, look how willing Spoon is. As soon as he sees the run action, the sweep, the pull, this, look how he sticks that foot in the ground. I'm about to sneeze with excitement. And then Spoon just goes. Now, he gets crackback blocked. It's not his best rep. But they have a guy who is under 200 pounds, probably under 190, right? I remember Schneider said he got down to 170 at the end of the last season, which was disputed. But anyway, he's a lighter guy, but he'll put his nose in, which is what you need from a nickel. They have to be able to... Because basically, he's playing... If you think like the old 4-3 over, right? Will, Mike... Oh, God. Mike, Sam. He is basically playing like the Sam. He has the C-gap. Or if you're... This is one of the most confusing things. Complete tangent here. Monte Kiffin would have the Sam to the weak side of the run strength a lot of the time. Right, here we go. So, this is really good from Ernest Jones. Seeing the pull and getting sped up by it. So his initial gap would have been in here, but with this guy coming along, he knows he basically needs to go his gap here. Or take this block on. If this blocker comes to him, he needs to take the block on. But really, it should be this guy or this guy turning back this guy. And then I'm fast flow to the football inside out. But the biggest thing from Macdonald stuff that I've been able to watch, like his clinics, but also a linebacker manual from 2022, which may or may not be out there, is don't get blocked, right? So that's Trent Williams coming at you, and it would be super easy just to like run into him and get stuck onto him and try and take him on. But Ernest Jones has feel for the football and how to filter through run game trash that we did not see from the previous linebacker group. Dodson was very willing to kind of hard charge into contact, and while that's admirable, there's a time and a place for that. And here you have to evade. You have to evade, because if Williams secures that, you can see how McCaffrey sticks his foot in the ground. It would be tough because I think Spoon's there, but it's a crease, isn't it? You're getting creased. Instead, Jones evades, and it's not just dipping past. This is a violent hand swipe to a jab step, and then hand swipe, pulling the hips through, getting her hands away, fights through, again, basically a hold, and then makes the tackle with his buddy, Leonard Williams. And also, Witherspoon works back to the football. When you have 3 dudes and your safety from the deep half coming down and making this play, that is impressive stuff, is it not? Right. So Lee says, Jones is so confident in his tracking of the back, he's like a cougar stalking prey. Yeah, so Macdonald's talked about pacing. So the way I see this is his eyes are looking at this block through to the sweep, right? But he's very good at understanding the tempo required on stuff. And Metal Dragon saying McDonald's really done a lot of multiple fronts the last 2 games. It's good to see. Yeah, he has for sure. Although, this is just an over front, which he tends to run. For me, what stands out, as I said, was, I don't know, Metal Dragon, you're talking just in general, but what stands out here is playing a big end here and having another guy other than Leonard Williams to do it. Which they didn't have on the roster. Which, again, why did they not have that on the roster earlier? It's a subject for a different time. Now, Tyrese Knight is very slow to do stuff here. Just slow. There's like a little kind of false step. That little step backwards, sort of doubting what he's seeing. I don't know whether he knows whether to do this or if he's thinking, I need to go over the top here. But this is the type of stuff that, it's very early on in the game. It's his first start, right? It's the type of stuff that you hope will be able to clean up. Now, he's by no means is he expected to make this play. Don't get me wrong here. I'm just talking stuff like this will add up over time if we don't improve on it. So, and that's what's cool about him playing now. Like, he's going to have so many more reps to study and get better on. So this is 2nd and 8. So great start, right? Again, you've held them to 2 yards on the first run. That's not how a Shanahan offense, that's not how any offense is going to win. Right. So again, the 6 offensive line look. So you really get a look at how the Seahawks are setting their front. So this time there's a tight end here. There's a 6th offensive lineman here masquerading as a tight end again. I believe that's just straight up saying we're going to set our front to the boundary. To the run strength. Also happens to be the boundary, doesn't it? And this is a big nickel look, which Tan was saying, right? So we have Job off the field. We have Woolen here. We have Spoon here. We have Julian Love as the big nickel. That will be Rayshon Jenkins returning, right? He's been called back up of IR. And then we have Kobe Bryant and Ty Okada getting his reps, which good to see because he's had moments in both preseasons, right? And what does this mean, Anne? Is everything okay? I hope so. So, Yeah, this is like a Purdy play where it's like, you're wondering how he hurt his shoulder. Is this what's he doing? I mean, he gets the first down, right? But it's one where bang, hitch up in the pocket and throw to McCaffrey, you would think. But I said how Shanahan gets into this under center look with the running back offset and then we'll drop back. Rather than do this from the shotgun, doing it from under center means the linebackers get out big. So watch how deep the linebackers have to drop here because it's such a weird type of look and it can hit quite quickly downhill. Great. This is one of Tyrese Knight's best reps. I saw a Dan Chu, friend of the pod, tweeted about this technique. So Tyrese Knight, he knows they're unlikely to release this tackle. So indeed, they keep the tackle in pass protection, right? So think about the flow. So what have we created here? 1, 2, 3, 1. They've just created a trips look post snap. So here's the 3 receiver side. Here's the 1 receiver side. If we're playing cover 3, which, spoiler, we are, deep third, post third, deep third, flat, hook, curl flat. Who is the weak hook defender? It's Tyrese Knight. And what do we need to know when we get full flow away? Like this. Or trips, three flowing away. My threat to my zone is this guy, the final 3, coming back across down the hash. So Knight sees all this, opens to this side, perfect, and look how he tempos this out. That's nice. It would be very easy to be like, this guy's coming at speed and get beat across your face underneath. But because how he tempos out Purdy's drops, he ends up right in that lane. That's a brilliant weak hook drop from a guy who I questioned his coverage ability coming into the league. Coaching staff, Knight, they've clearly done some great work in the off-season to prove that wrong, really. Here's Ernest Jones in the strong hook. So the strong hook drop is very impressive from Jones because what it does is his body presence opening to this receiver forces this guy to go underneath him, which makes Knight have less room. If this guy, as in Knight, have less room to cover. If this guy were to keep running here, that would be like a bubble round. He's not able to go like this. He has to go up and over, which creates more time for Knight to get back here. So this is good hook drops from these linebackers. Love Ernest Jones here. I liken it to, you straighten up with that guy going under, look back at the QB. He's looking to my outside. I know if 2's under, this guy's likely to be in or curling. So I can basically play my hook to the curl zone here. And I as I said, I liken this to if you're reversing or like you're parking in your car, you're not going to do that blind. You're going to check your mirror to see what's behind you. And this is just the check of the mirror, just to check this guy hasn't broke in here yet. And then keep getting depth because he hasn't broken in yet. Eyes back to the QB. QB scrambling. I'm going to plant my foot in the ground and break to him. Now, why this is such a good call from Shanahan to do it in under center is look how deep the guys are. Look how deep everyone is. They're deep in their zones to cover this. We have all of this to scramble into. And Purdy does enough, even though he may have hurt his shoulder on this play. I would have been interested here. I don't know what the read is, but like you would think, and we'll talk about the pass rush in a second, but you'd think in a normal world this would be reading here. This is kind of bait, and they're going to throw this in behind, right? like progress to the backside dig. Because it's so weird to me. I guess Woolen turns that loose because he sees Purdy step up. And he may have squeezed that if he's seen Purdy stay in the pocket. But Debo on the backside dig, that feels like a thing. The way this route's run, even with all the good stuff I spoke about of Ernest Jones' hook drop, that route feels bait-like. And the fact that this dude breaks out rather than in, again, they're trying to create the room for Debo here. But anyway, none of that matters. Even McCaffrey, and McCaffrey runs his route interesting. Like, watch how it's like a straight like flare out here, and then it's like almost a tunnel back inside. Which, why would you do that? Because why run into coverage? Run away from this guy. And try and suck him and his window away from that. Anyway, Purdy doesn't throw either of those things, and the reason is the pass rush on the edge. So Draymond Jones come alive in recent weeks. They try and block this kind of weird... Oh, no, they don't. Oh, yeah, well, that's cool. That is a cool look, actually. It's interesting. Henry saying, I love how Mike Macdonald minimized Shanny's crossing routes. Yeah, and I think, hats off to Macdonald for that, but also the positional coaches have clearly done a pretty good job here, right? Like, they seem pretty dialed in. So, I wonder if the 49ers thought one of these guys were coming. Like, their alignment together is very tight. But the way that they protect this, leaving the tackle one-on-one with Jones is interesting. Anyway, good rush round the arc from Jones, which I think this flash here dissuades Purdy from looking into the flat because he thinks that guy's in my passing lane. You can see how... No, yeah, I think Woolen was turning this loose whatever. Which, that would have been a thing, right? But the reason Purdy didn't do it, along with that flash of colour around his front side, is up front, Byron Murphy decides to bull rush the centre. And I don't know if he may have thought that Williams was looping around like on a tackle game, because as an A gap push player, which in the rush spacing, right, he's got a double team, so he needs to really be driving through the inside pad of the guard, because if you don't do that, and you guy, especially if this guy's going to speed rush around the edge, the gap here to here is monumental. Rather than even if you just powered through this guy's inside pad, it pushes this guy back, and then it means the quarterback has to sort of bubble around and the gap's less big. It would just help out the spacing a bit more. You also might be able to work outside into that. You just got better distribution. They end up really with this guy and this guy here, and then all of this open, which is why Purdy decided to just go for it. Pass rush must be very difficult. I've obviously never done it, but to have the discipline when you're really trying to get after it and affect the quarterback, but to have the kind of restriction within that must be very tough at times. All right, so they get first down. So 1st and 10 in the first quarter. An hour in. We're doing good here. So. Right. Great play here. Do we remember George Kittle's touchdown on the Seahawks, where in the first game this season, where this guy ran a post, or it was like that, wasn't it? Trey Brown squeezed it, and you ended up with Boye Mafe lined up on Kittle, running down the sideline. They threw it over the head, and it was a touchdown. We should remember that. It was bad. I believe the Seahawks were playing cover 4 on that side. On this play, they're playing cover 3, but they're in a but they're blitzing, right? Blitzing the safety, and they are in base defense. So linebacker, 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 3 defensive linemen. We spoke about on that first play how a 6-man front was a good idea against Shanahan because you get all those guys to that strong side. You get your linebacker or linebackers clean to flow to the football. And you kind of deny that kind of front side area that they're like hitting while keeping the lineman from getting up to the second level. The problem with that is what happens to this guy. Okay? This guy is in conflict. A lot of the time. So, say we pause it here, right? Say this was a block, right? And let's go to the end zone angle first. Right. So if we were just playing gapped out defense here, this guy would be the A gap, this guy would be the C, this guy would be the edge, this guy would be the B, this guy would be the C, and this guy would be the force on this block, okay? So asking this guy to fit the run and to fit the pass can be a problem at times. Now, because it's cover 3, fire zone, where they're bringing the edge, right? They actually end up slanting like this. And then I think these guys are... This guy's in the A gap, and this guy's in here to falling back here. So they don't need this outside linebacker. But Shanahan, whenever he sees stuff like this, with this outside linebacker kind of, apex, like, is he going to play in here? Is he going to play in here? In the run responsibility? He's so good at doing stuff like this, where this would really be this guy's responsibility, but also he may be thinking about the run. Now, on this play, the ball doesn't get thrown over Boye Maffei's head. And the reason is how the Seahawks decided to play this was, okay, we're playing cover 3 fire zone, so we have only 3 underneath defenders. And I'm just going to play play the seam area and hold the seam and just play pure zone. Meanwhile, corner-wise, I'm going to play a pure deep third zone. So, what that means is Maffei ends up here, just playing like a spot drop zone. And Woolen falls off for juice check on the wheel. So, we've covered the wheel. It's not getting thrown over Maffei's head to the wheel. But you can see here how this area here is massively open. Purdy sees that and bang. Doesn't really get easier than that. So it's Shanahan seeing a team playing base to this. Nice play action to kind of hold these linebackers slightly. And the space is vacated big time. And I imagine he would have seen how Woolen turned that previous dig loose. The one I was saying he could have hit to Debo. Now, how Macdonald's played this in the past, how some teams have played this in the past, would be this guy carries the wheel and Woolen squeezes the dig. And this guy plays more with man-to-man eyes on this. And how I've seen Raven stuff in the past is this guy plays over the top of the wheel. So it's interesting Maffei didn't do that. And I wonder how much time they're spending. I don't know why Maffei feels held by this. His run fit, number 2, should take him to his pass response, pass responsibility and vice versa. His pass responsibility really should be taken to him to his run fit when as a cover 3 defender in the curl to flat, or as a fire zone defender in the like curl or the seam to curl. This is your number 2. Or he should be dropping right into the curl and not as wide as he does. So it's kind of a weird play. Not the best play, I would suggest. But good play design from Shanahan. And I want you to remember this. They're wanting kind of to get that 6-ish type look to keep these guys clean to flow and to really like keep the lineman occupied and have no real kind of open bubbles in the defense if this guy were to do this, right? It's something... we'll get to my Super Bowl story and my monkey shoulder, and we'll get to a historical Seahawks reference for this one. But I was surprised the 49ers weren't able to do this more often, and it matches Henry's point about Macdonald really minimizing stuff like this in the game. And we'll explore Macdonald's answer to this. That's why I keep mentioning the 6 thing, because he had a good answer to this. Alright, so there's the base look again from the 49ers. The 21, this time real tight splits here. The Seahawks are in nickel here. So interesting response to giving up that play. They're in their big nickel, so Love is here. What an interesting response play call this is from Macdonald right off the bat. So chat, let me play this through and you guys guess what coverage this is, and I'll give you my thoughts. And this is the thumbnail as well. It's the thumbnail for a reason, I might add. What are we thinking? Hello, good to have you in the stream. I hope it's going well in Germany. You're up late. Monjombo guessing cover 1 robber. That's an interesting guess, Monjombo. Someone messed up, says Lee. Yeah, we'll get to that, Lee. We'll get to that. Someone did mess up, but this is actually a cool thing. It's a cool thing. I'm happy about it. What is Kobe doing? What, Kobe Bryant? Yeah, that's a good question, Mike. Let's talk about it. So, run-wise, what do we get? I believe blitz, Hall playing tight in the B, blitz, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? This guy coming down, okay? This guy in the box. So really, it's a 6-2. They're showing just the 4. But post-snap, they're getting into a 6-2. This is something, lining up in a 6-2, where... Let's go to this. Seattle would try this against... Basically, the Legion of Boom, right? When they're cooking, they played this type of stuff a lot, where Cam Chancellor, the strong safety, would be down to this side. you would have the Leo here, the 3-tech here, the 2-eye here. The big end would be like here in a 4 or 4-eye. And you'd have the... I'm so lost with all the defenses. You'd have the Sam here, okay? And then you'd have Mike, Will. And you'd line up like that before the snap. What Shanahan got really good at is kind of what we saw happen to Boye Mafe just the play before this. Where this dude, who'd often be a linebacker, not your big nickel type safety, would get conflicted by run fake here, and then he's sucked down. Meanwhile, we're wheeling behind him, and he gets thrown over his head for touchdown. Great example of this. One of the first article I wrote for all Seahawks at Sports Illustrated was on this tough and stone front, and how the Browns were absolutely working it because they were just conflicting this guy down on the edge. And Seattle was playing cover 3 out of it, where, you know, it worked really good for them in the Legion of Boom days, but the conflict this guy got put in and the way that the Shanahan style offenses, this is Stefanski style stuff, worked it was a real problem. So, the monkey shoulder story. So I had the pleasure, right, of watching the Super Bowl with Matt Manacharian. Now, if you're not familiar with Matt, he is at Sports Info Solutions, and he's there, I think, he was their director of football development, but he probably has a better title than that now. But anyway, poor old Matt had to put up with me through that whole first half of the Super Bowl, ranting about how Steve Spagnuolo of the Chiefs couldn't keep getting into these six-man front looks, right? Without it being thrown over one guy's head, and Shanahan doing that kind of jet into the wheel with the post occupying the corner behind, running off the coverage. He couldn't keep doing it without that happening. And yet, did it happen in the Super Bowl? No. So, and Macdonald said that his defense has a lot of similarities with Jim Johnson, and obviously Jim Johnson is what Spags is kind of derivative of. So there are very much similarities between the two. And so why it doesn't happen to these teams, and we've just seen it happen here, but why it doesn't happen to them here, right, is one, it's a run play, duh, but two, they aren't lining up in it before the snap, right? They're not lining up in it before the snap. They are moving into it via a pressure. What pressure? I actually think, guys, this is cover 0. So I think this is blitz, go, man to, right, so that those guys are all blitzed. Then we've got man-to-man here. We've got man-to-man here. We've got man-to-man here. And then these guys here, right, are responsible for the flow of these two guys. If it were pass, they would probably both blitz. But depending on how these guys release out the backfield, we need to play man-to-man on them. That being said, one thing Macdonald does is called cover 0 train. Now, I was thinking about how I was going to explain this. Because if you say that they're running a train on the offense, that, I don't know. We do have some sick people on the internet and in the chat. So that may not be what gets it done here. But essentially, it is, if we say this guy's coming, oh God, this guy's blitzing and this guy's blitzing off the edge here. If this guy were to come out the backfield, I'm taking him man-to-man. If this guy comes out the backfield, I'm taking him man-to-man. If this guy and this guy come out the backfield, I'm taking the first guy man-to-man, and then he'd take the second guy. If this guy comes out the backfield, this guy comes out the backfield, I'm taking the first guy out the backfield, I'm taking the second guy, okay? So we're blitzing until this. So we're on a... Yeah, that helps. Thanks, mate. Yeah, lots of men on men. Yeah, the men are coming, chewing down the track until they need to get off. But sometimes, oh god, yeah. Anyway, so they're blitzing until the release. And what's really cool about this, okay? And we'll talk about Kobe Bryant and Spoon in a second. But what's really cool about this is, first of all, if we get run, we're not going to blitz like madmen. We got to play our run. But our read, if we're these guys, is these guys. So it's our run read is our pass read, and our pass read is our run read. And what gaps do we have? Well, there's no gap here, there's no gap here, there's no gap here, there's no gap here, there's no gap here. I need to be doing this here. So really, we're just... Oh, shit. We're just flow to the ball guys. So how do we flow to the ball? Well, these guys. So we just read them. And whenever you're playing in the 6-2, like if we were just lined up in it, like I was speaking about how Seattle used to line up in it. If we imagine this guy's down here as the Mike, right? And here's the Will. It would just be, if we get flow up here, I fight to keep outside leverage on that block. So Ernest Jones would take that on with his, hold on, let's flip around, his right shoulder pad to leverage the ball to this guy who would flow and make the tackle on the back if he runs up the butt, okay? So it's these two playing together, playing turn back, fast flow to the football. If this guy were to go here, I turn this back with my left shoulder pad for this guy to fast flow to the football here. So you just play with two on a string. You don't need that third guy, like lever, spill, lever, turn back, spill, turn back, or turn back, run through, turn back, because we've got all these 6 guys down at the line. So we can just flow and flow. So great question here from John O. My Todd. That, I don't know about the name though. That's a bit, I don't know. Is it fair to say it's a more aggressive defense while staying in a cover 2 look? Thinking what's changed in play calling over the last few weeks. I don't know, man. I just think you can be a bit more aggressive when you're playing the run better in the passing down stuff because you have more of the passing down situations. Like you have more reps to get it done. But yeah. He was doing this stuff too. But I guess you're naturally a bit more cautious of doing it if you're not stopping the run. But what is cool, Jono, to your point, is they're showing, right? They're certainly showing like this guy might blitz. But really it looks more like just straight cover. Like this looks like maybe they're playing cover 3 or cover 1 with this guy in the middle of the field. It could be, actually, guys, also that this isn't cover 0 and it's actually... No, I'm going to stick with my first thought. I'm going to say that this was cover 0. There's another play we'll talk about, which is cover 1 train. But I'm going to say this is cover 0 train. Anyway, this guy breaking in and this guy breaking out... Spoon, I think, thinks he can switch it with Kobe Bryant, and Kobe Bryant doesn't switch it, so Bryant just chases this guy flat, and Spoon doesn't. But it doesn't matter because it's a run play, but that's why it looks janked up. They got away with that one. But anyway, run-wise, why does this work well? Here's the tight end going flat. Julian Love honours that. He's got the back door. Bootleg, counter, reverse. and he actually ends up getting involved in the tackle, I think. But Derek Hall, because he's no longer required to be that bootleg counter reverse backside edge, because he's got an edge on his side now, he can play into the B, and he ends up taking 2 blocks out. He also spills this block, which means there's no room for the cutback crease here because his helmet's here, so it ends up it would cut back to an unblocked guy. And you can see how Ernest Jones being free to flow to the ball. Like, how many linemen get on Ernest Jones here? The answer is basically 0. Ernest Jones just absolutely paces that out so measured, and the way he shocks that blocker with hand usage, staying square to get involved on the tackle is impressive. Byron Murphy's just doing like his rec stuff thing, where this is what they mean by winning to the primary and then the secondary. So knocks the crap out of his dude, the guard, as a 2-eye. Helmet shoved into his primary gap, the A gap. Running back here. We'll talk about why he cuts back in a second, but running back's here. As the running back cuts back, Murphy sheds, arm to the back, Murphy tackle. Bang. I mean, being McCaffrey here must be miserable, man. NFL running backs have the worst life. Like, I cannot imagine. Can you imagine this? And while Robertson Harris has an interesting rep, him slanting to the inside for this has some disruption, doesn't it? Like, you wouldn't like him to leave his feet, but ultimately that's a big load falling right into your primary path and forcing a cutback. You see him here. So that's just messed up from the jump. So what I love is these 6-2 fronts versus Shanahan were a very common way of getting him in problems. But then he got good at conflicting the guy to the weak side here by doing this type of stuff, right? Holding him. So what you do is, rather than just line up in, these are the 6 guys down, these are the 2 guys back, you pressure into the 6, right? And you bring 1 guy down in here like that. It's smart stuff. It's really smart stuff. It's what Spags did in the Super Bowl. It's why Spags didn't get got. It's what Macdonald does the play after he lines up in base and he kind of exposed his outside backer. It wasn't in a 6-2 type look, but it was similar type of thinking there. Having a edge outside back on the weak side. Jono saying, does Jenkins come back and take snaps from Bryant or Okada? I imagine Jono Okada won't get snaps. I think it would just be Jenkins in for Okada. But I think Kobe Bryant's done enough to probably stick around a bit as a safety. There's communication stuff, which I know he maybe wasn't on the same page here with Spoon, but the communication with him seems really good. Like, the safeties are almost a quarterback to the defense, particularly in this system, but in a lot of NFL systems right now. They have to do a lot of coverage checks and a lot of stuff like that. And obviously, it's not just DBs who need to know that, like linebackers need to know. And things have improved. They were not good to start the season. Things have improved. And I think Bryant's got there. Lee saying, I think Bryant's a much better tackler than Jenkins. I think Jenkins was tackling well, and then he hurt his, was it his wrist? And then he got put on IR. So, yeah. Golden Hawk saying, Conley was even looking back at Kobe Bryant, wondering why he wasn't there to block. Conley? You mean Cowley? Yeah, he was, you're right. But you see here how Okada becomes like the... I think, yeah, this might be cover 1. But anyway, whatever. Similar principle to what I was speaking of. You still get like 2 linebackers coming down. It's just 39's kind of late. Right. Devon Witherspoon, right, has unreal feel for the position, okay? Unreal feel for the position. So this is crazy level nickel play. So first of all, nasty Shanahan, like what a prick, doing stuff like this. So split backfield, in the gun, 21 personnel, trying to get them into base. They're not in base. Let's do a really clever shift. Why is this a really clever shift? Because, right, look how wide the gap is here now. Before the shift, Seattle had this corner tight to the split, and they had Spoon there, and they were in an okay position because they had the edge to the inside. After the shift, you get that. That's tough. That's really tough. So you can see how a run here would be looking pretty nasty. Now let's just get the coverage right. Yeah, so they're playing cover 4 up here, right? And then cover 2 down here. And this is one play where you would maybe wonder why the backers wouldn't slide over slightly, and then play off the butts if they get the run to this side, particularly with the running back alignment. But with how Seattle plays this, Spoon is simultaneously, Devon Witherspoon is, it depends if you treat this guy as a gap, right? Because he's a number 2, he's a receiver, but he's tight, and it's almost like a tight end, right? And that's almost like C gap, B gap, A gap, D gap, right? But Spoon is responsible for 2 here, but also for playing into here. So if 2 runs out, Spoon has to go out and also play into here if it's a run. So what happens from the 49ers? Lo and behold, that guy runs out, but Spoon has the presence of mind to tempo this out and then fold back into the B and make the tackle. This looks very simple and very easy, but there's an in-the-moment poise and playmaking to this, and just like ball player mentality that not many defenders have. Like, this is a very tricky shift from Shanahan. It's not the best call for Spoon to be in. It's not the best position from a play caller to have put your nickel in. Now, I don't think... Is that Jawan Jennings, number 15? I'm bad with numbers. Or player names. It is, though, isn't it? He doesn't expect Spoon to play it this well. He thinks Spoon's going to keep expanding out with him, and he then thinks he'll have an easy block, and he just overruns it, and there you go. Yes, John, so that's a good point. So the reason Seattle can play like this, right, is, as John says, based on the alignment, right, everyone here, and this wide bubble and this wide bubble, and the running back split, so most likely to cross the face of the QB, it's pretty damn obvious it's going here. And the advantage of this as well, John, if we can fit up to the front side stronger, we have numbers here. So if it has to cut back, you're cutting back to where all our guys are. Brandon, it isn't man-to-man, but the reason it might look like that to you is obviously Job. Now, a common thing teams will do is whenever there's a wide split, if we're playing zone, if it's a wide split, So 2 and 1 are very wide apart. It's to the field as well, isn't it? In zone coverage, the only reason you have to play with pure zone eyes and as a deep defender is because if 2 is here and he runs this, right, and this guy runs this, you are not going to be able to play this route if you play man eyes on this guy, okay? But if 2's here, he's closer to your safety help, and he's very unlikely to run like that, is he? Very unlikely. Could do it, but very unlikely. So with this type of split and them far apart, 2 cannot really become 1. So there's only one threat to my zone. So why do I need to play with zone eyes? I don't. I can play a pure man-to-man technique on him. So Job here, and this is what the Seahawks were good at doing as well back in the day with Sherman, Brandon Browner. When they got this type of split from guys, they'd play it like man-to-man. They'd play it like press man. And let's have a look at Job's technique. So good looking at the ball. So he's got the poise in the moment to understand he had a second to have a look in the formation, get some intelligence. Eyes back to the hip. Patient. I think he feels that's not a real route, but that's pretty good. And this is Jones again, pacing out the football. So he's really thinking this is his gap, right? This is Knight's gap. This is Woolen's gap. Hey, Mookie, I love you, right? But Josh Jones, hey, Josh Jones could fit a C gap, kind of. When the Seahawks were playing bare fronts and they asked their quarter safety to fit into the C gap, Josh Jones would be in that C gap. Now the other stuff, hey, he was trying. He was a good vet, good soldier. Will, we spoke about Roy Roberts and Harris a bit earlier, mate. But yeah, significant impact, I'd say. So Jones here, look, I love how he doesn't stop his feet, but it's that stutter with the running back. He still has the leverage on him, but he's not overrunning the play, and he's not overrunning the guard. How many times did we see these guys, like when they were getting on the leverage, they were like really going wide, or like overstepping to this guy, and it gave this guy an easier angle to block them like this. Whereas the way Jones does it is he maintains inside leverage on this guy to get into his gap, but also outside leverage on the running back. He never overruns it. He knows his support is coming from the nickel, right? He knows that he needs to be able to come in to here if required, but really his primary threat is this. But he can't be caught here because this will happen, and he can't be caught here because this will happen. But he can't be caught here because if you're head up on McCaffrey, it's a two-way go and he'll get you. So that is basically ideal body position. And he even falls back to the ball. Now Tyrese Knight has a bit of a tough one. Late off the ball, not staying square. He's sort of running sideways because he's, in my opinion, playing a step slow / is a bit slow. And then he gets kind of washed out of the play, which, Ernest Jones and is that Jaron Reed in the end? Jaron Reed at backside 3 technique. They do a good job of clearing up. But, we asked right at the start of the stream about the Seahawks linebacker position. And like I said, Knight just has, I don't know. I think it's an eyes and how quick the game's going thing for him, because he's not suddenly going to get loads faster. And obviously Ernest Jones is not like the fastest test or even mover in long distances. He is actually a very good mover in the short stuff, though. Like, I mean, just look at the feet here. It's just a thing of beauty. A lot of poise. The game is slow for him. It's not slow for Knight. AC. If I could upgrade 3 positions on the defense, cutting the current starter. Wow. Which positions players are you picking? Man, that's brutal. Okay. We're not cutting them though. But this, okay. This, okay. And then the perimeter corner. But then you'd have a very good defense. A very good defense. You just that comment just disappeared? I don't know. Right, so what happens when you stop the run? You can have some fun, right? 3rd and 5. Let's get exotic. Let's do some stuff. So they're not showing exotic, but they are. Huh. So this is, I believe, cover 1 train. So I love how they play this though, man. This is so cool. This is so cool. This is really good detail from the safeties coach. Like, what route do they love hitting? They love hitting the dig, right? They love that. And you get like a out-in bracket on it. You're leveraging that to your help. I think Bryant could have been more aggressive to this. Although, I like how he's square. The T-step here is cool. It's a good drive, actually. I take that back. That's a good play from Bryant. And Love here is awesome. What I love about this, though, is the subtle detail. So this trips. Oh my god! Look how thick this is. That's not what we want, is it? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a time and a place, but not here. Right. So 3 guys here. 1 guy here. On the back side of trips, which is what this is, right? Seattle will often play Woolen like a press guy in 2 high coverages. But the way that like for an instance here, if you just imagine watching this as Purdy, which is where he opens to, does this not look like kind of cover 2? The way that Love bucket steps, how flat Woolen is. That could be cover 2, right? For a moment. Of course, over here, this is man-to-man as hell, right? But that could be like cover 2 with like pressure coming. I like that. Look at Woolen's detail. Look. Oh, yes. That's the good stuff. Can you guys see that? So watch Woolen's left foot. You see how it twitches? And he steps. So step. That is a kick step. So what he's doing here is step, read the receiver release. What's the receiver doing? He's through my core. He's releasing straight at me, so I can play. He's within my cylinder, which for Woolen, right, is very much a longer cylinder than me, for instance. He has over 32-inch arms. He can go with a 2-hand jam. 2-hand jam, that flattens the receiver, and the receiver is still within Woolen's frame, and he's leaving his frame to the outside. What needs to happen now? I need to kick to the outside with the outside release. Your feet will go with your hands, or your hands will take you with your feet. So you ride the jam, but if you're placing your hands rather than lunging, your feet are always going to follow as you try and ride that out, and you go 2 to 1 to none. Awesome step kick from Riek Woolen there. Awesome. Now, I love how they handle this bunch. This is awesome as well. So, man-to-man, but we know they like the dig. So, rather than play this guy like a true post, we fake like he's playing the cover 2 half. Then we work him back, and he's basically looking for that dig. And up front, pressure-wise, we have train. So, rush. If this guy comes out, I'm going to peel with him. Rush onto the back. So we're sending 6 playing cover 1. Not the best pressure. Oh, wow. The ball actually did get complete. He lost it at the end. It was great to start off with. It's just it's not real offense. So one thing I'd say is, for Woolen here, right, he's done such a good job. Like, what type of route goes flat like this, and then, like, there's no need to be this upfield. You can stay on this hip. There's no need to really... I know they'd hit him on that, but there's no need to turn the hips like this. He could have stayed square longer, basically. John, are you going to make me explain what train is? I'm uncomfortable. Basically, John, I mean, football is messed up. Like, it could actually be that they're running a train on the running back. So this guy, and this guy are all responsible for the running back, depending on how he releases, but they're all blitzing. So it basically means you can send 6, but cover the back still, and play cover 1. Mookie, you weren't here earlier. It was worse. It was much, much worse. But John's got like the watered down. I mean, I wasn't very watered down. I kind of just lost it. Anyway. So there you go. Now here's Job. I saw people complimenting his stickiness. Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? Because that, you know, they, as you guys are aware, they bunch them up to try and rub. But this is good navigation of Debo. Nice getting a hand on, just like get away from me. And then it is Sorber, hardly the most deadly receiver, but nice work. Yeah, that's right. And this is pretty cool in that it keeps McCaffrey in the backfield, right? Like, it's a good job from Macdonald because he knows they're sliding this way. So it's man-to-man over here, right? So ordinarily, you want to run a pick, like a get away from the slide, right? So you want to pick down here, right? And then loop this guy around, then send this guy here. So if you're bringing 3, right, for their 2, the running back has to stay into the pass protection scheme. Or he has to release on a hot route and you're peeling off, and then you're probably getting a pressure onto him. Interesting communication pre-snap as well between Knight and Jones. Saying, I think you're the guy who's getting onto McCaffrey second. Or first, sorry. Yeah. You're the looper. Yeah, so I think for Woolen, like, finishing these plays is the next step for him. Like, he was... And I think also it's learning that against certain offenses, they'll throw it. Like, Purdy throws this stuff whatever. Like, no matter how good your coverage at the start with, he doesn't really move off. He'll throw it with timing in this offense. Like, he wanted this initially. It's covered, so he's just throwing to a spot for his guy to make the play. And there's enough separation there. It's a very tough route to cover in step kick technique, though, because outside release, right? You are stepping with your outside foot, then you're kicking to stay on top of the vertical fade route. If it breaks back across your face and you've not stayed square, which he could have stayed square for longer, but he's trying to ride it down the field. It's this step up field here, which was unnecessary, but he's fighting to stay on top of the fade. Well, I don't know. No, it's more here, isn't it? It's like the throttle down. He's also long-legged, which these guys, their change of direction in those areas is less. Right, so another first down. Bit of a drive here for the 49ers. Okay, 11 personnel now. Under center. And, the worst Seahawks run fit of the game, I think. Yep, bad run fit. So, double rotation. So, I had an issue with the Seahawks run fit alignments. How they had chosen, as Mike Macdonald confirmed, how they had chosen to line up versus the Buffalo Bills. I didn't like it. It wasn't good. There was a concept called double rotation that was particularly bemusing to me. And I've noticed, and this is something to bear in mind for the Arizona game, but I've noticed moving parts seems to cause it a bit more. So what do I mean by that? Well, they start with like a slot look over here, right? And it looks as though Seattle might play too high. I think, you see Knight looking back to the safety. I think this would have been curl flat. Hold on. Curl flat, hook curl, curl flat, post third, deep third, deep third. Cover 3, right? I think that's what it would have been. Now, bear in mind, this is the receiver strength. This is the run strength, right? We understand that. So this is a coverage, clearly, where they are rotating to the passing strength. But you'll notice their front, which is the big nickel front again. Oh no, sorry, normal nickel. Here's his spoon. Their front is an over front. It's set towards the field, but I think really it's an over front where they're setting it to the tight end side, the run strength. So their coverage is rotating to the passing strength, right? Their front is set towards the run strength. In this situation here, that is fine because I have a B gap, I have an A gap, I have this D gap, I have this C gap. We have a guy in each gap. But what happens when the pass strength and the run strength are on the same side? Like here, right? So it looks like 12 personnel. We have one receiver here. We have the run strength still here, the tight end, and a fake tight end. But we also have 3 immediate receivers over here. So pass strength, run strength, same side. The safety, right, is rotating down to the pass strength still. But this is double rotation, isn't it? Because where's the 3 technique? This side. So, if we're going to play this gapped out, Knight should be in the B, Jones should be in the A, the safety needs to be in this, the edge needs to be here, and Spoon needs to be the force. Alignment-wise, if something goes wrong, or just assignment-wise something goes wrong, where we get Jones playing into, well, let's go to the end zone angle, but we get double rotation. They didn't really, to avoid the negative impacts of double rotation, we need to bump away from the safety. Because what happens if you don't do that is you get 2 guys in the same gap. So you see Jones is already bumping his alignment over. Kobe Bryant knows he's coming down. Jones is going for this gap. Bryant's going for this gap. So we'll just focus on these 2 guys for a second, and then we'll go back to another issue. Yeah, see how hard Jones is fighting to go here? Well, Bryant's quite slow coming downhill here, but it's definitely cover 3 because of how this guy goes back. So they're basically in the same gap. Now, that's not great on the front side. On the back side, we get a problem with Jonathan Hankins, which John has spotted. Gets pushed back 3 yards quick. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not Hankins' best moment. He gets reach blocked. So you end up with Hankins in the B gap with Knight, right? So basically both A gaps are butt naked for Mason to cut up, and there's no one there. They kind of got lucky this didn't go for more, right? Like, ultimately it cuts back to where they've got 2 guys. And this is what I like about Tyrese Knight is he's a fighter. Like, this is impressive to get rid of this. That's not the best situation. But what's interesting is even if Hankins were here, right? So let me just pause it at the moment of the cutback. If Hankins was here, like Tyrese Knight just ended up in Hankins' gap. Who's the A gap player? It should be Jones, but Jones is in the same gap as Kobe Bryant. That's why double rotation is bad. That's why I had an issue with the Bills game. That's what's been so encouraging about the past 2 games, because the Seahawks haven't done a single snap of double rotation other than this play. And you see how damaging it is on a defense, right? And there's so many reasons they could have been doing it in the past. It could have been poor communication. Could have been Macdonald trying to focus on like a type of coverage. Could have been him trying to get an extra hitter to a type of run, like overkill to a certain run. Like, you can see how if Mason hadn't cut this back, they'd have had an extra guy here. But they're sort of overplaying one thing, and this happens. Personally, I think this is a miscommunication. Ernest Jones being new to the defense is a factor, you would think. But it's so encouraging that the Seahawks have, other than this play, stopped doing this thing. Good look here at how Ernest Jones ends up in the same gap. We do not have an A-gap player here. We have an A-gap player. We have a B-gap player. We don't have this A-gap player. This is the A-gap. That old A-gap we were saying we needed someone in. These are our 2 guys, one of whom should have been in there. Or if Tyrese Knight's in that A-gap, who's in this gap here? No one. In cover 3, cover 1, when you have the safety coming down into the box, you have the numerical advantage. You have enough guys to be able to have one guy for each gap, even if you're fitting it like you're all tracking and tracing the ball, as Macdonald described. Right, what are we doing time-wise? Okay, 3:18 in the first quarter. Remember, are we giving away tickets at halftime? Tickets, courtesy of Henry, true overloader, absolute hero, who got in touch with the show just before just before I went on air, saying he's got 2 tickets. I'm now in possession of the tickets to go see the Seahawks hopefully beat the Arizona Cardinals at Lumen Field tomorrow. They're in my possession. All I need to do is transfer them over to you. It's a very simple process, and free of charge. Other than, I think how we'll chat. Let me know how you want to do it. I think maybe we do like a question. Those who answer it by, can someone try just atting? I think it would just be at Seattle Overload, right? And it should like flash up orange for me in the chat, and then I'll be able to track it. Just do at Seattle Overload and see what happens with that. Yeah, Henry, I would never. Yeah, that does flash up orange for me. Thank you very much. Right. So what we'll do is I will ask you a question at halftime. Then all the people who get the question correct, I will enter into a spin the wheel thing, right? And then we'll spin the wheel and we'll see what happens. Thank you everyone for trying. So we'll spin the wheel, and then whoever the wheel lands on wins the tickets. And then you'll just reach out to me and get an email. All right. Is that fair? Is everyone happy with that? Henry, are you happy with that? That's the most important thing. Right. So here, someone mentioned the front diversity. Can't remember who, sorry. A lot going on here. So, bare front. Macdonald's had this. Griffin, I believe, calls it soak. It might be called sink. Believe it's soak. So this is an interesting one. I look at this check from them. Like sticking their arms out like a hawk. Do we think it's because it's base personnel? Do we think it's because this guy's offset and this guy's offset? So formation indicator wise, to me, this looks like it could be a counter run. Like both these guys can pull like this pretty quick, can't they? Everyone did that check though. Like even the safeties are doing it. It might be like they're playing cover 4, but oh no, they're not. So again, this is the cover 4 side, and I think this is cover 2. Guys, you'll know the question. If you don't know the question, then I'd be surprised. And also, I want the tickets to go to someone who's watched the show before. Right, okay, so I think this is just like I honestly, when it gets like tight like this, it's hard to tell what's going on. But I think this is just similar thing of I'm flowing and then I'm flowing and we're leveraging the football together. And if these guys get involved, they get involved. But we're kind of outnumbered in the box. It's no real surprise this goes for some yardage, really, because they're outnumbered. But cool thing. A real overloader, absolutely, Henry. AC, my middle name's Football. I don't know what you're talking about. Although if you win the tickets, you'll find out what my real name actually is. Oh, gosh. So, what's changed on the defense? I don't know if it's changed necessarily. Like, he's had this in here. But they are outnumbered, right? Like, 1, 2, 3, right? So, 7 in the box. If you count this guy, you can count this guy. So, let's ignore them too. But 7 in the box, right? And the Seahawks have 7. So they've got the quarterback as well. So it's 8 versus 7. We're outnumbered. We're outcapped. So what do you do? In the past, Macdonald may have played it like this. But what's really cool is this between... Who is that? Is that Leonard? No. That's... is that Roy Robertson Harris? It is. It's a tackle end exchange. So a text game. And what that does is it just cancels this gap here and it keeps Ernest Jones clean to flow. So just watch these two and how it screws up the zone blocking. Or like pass set blocking. And it gets Maffei clean to the ball. Now he's a bit clunky doing it. He's kind of an odd mover, isn't he? Something we spoke about before, but that's a cool fit. So again, it's like, okay, we want to play too high. We're going to play too high. Great. But let's not just be static up front. Let's move a bit to cancel the gap, win the math back, cheat the math back. And it's dual purpose because if we got past, we'd get a guy hopefully beating a guard to the inside and flashing to the quarterback on play action, moving him off his spot, affecting the quarterback. Again, this from Tyrese Knight. Just look at it's just a bit clunky how he's sort of walking backwards to get to the ball. Now he gets to the ball, but it's one of those things. It's like it's almost an inefficiency of movement and maybe a slight doubt. Nice. So yeah, cool communication. So you see Love communicating with Woolen that what this is now with this guy out the picture, I think they're playing in and out on these guys. So if this guy goes here and this guy goes here, he's going to play in here. But it's essentially saying they're tight split, right? They're to the boundary. It's likely to be some sort of, combination to try and get this guy clean. Pretty good rep from Tyrese Knight again in the coverage aspect. And he did make the tackle with some help. So I think this is just cover 4. Could be like a cover 2 check to the single side and how bunched they are. Like Woolen's quite flat, but then yeah, we'll go with its cover 4. But so basically Tyrese Knight is responsible for the number 2 receiver. I love how he's dropped to the inside, so he's taking this window away, but then he gets his eyes back to the QB and inside to the shallow, and then sticks his foot in the ground as the QB sets up to throw the shallow while holding off this deeper route. It's a very good drop from him. And is that a rare miss? Oh no, it's Okada back there. I credited Julian Love for that. It was Okada the whole time. But if that had been Julian Love, he'd have probably made a better angle to that. Love's open field angles and tackling's been brilliant. So now 2nd and 5. Great job coverage-wise here. So I believe this is... Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. That might be cover 3. Yeah, I think this is like 3 lock. So these 3 are playing here. We're like man to man here, and yeah, that's very interesting. Anyway, it works nicely, right? Very good rallying to the football and holding off with the deeper routes. That's like a red zone cover 3 to me. With I think again, this is cover 3 sight. So if you look at how they come down here, Okada, I believe, would be exchanging responsibilities with Knight if McCaffrey went here. Like Okada would end up here and Knight would end up into the flat. But you see, as soon as McCaffrey's out, how quickly the eyes are there, right? And then quickly they change their footwork after this. Just play it through. Yeah, I think. I mean, it makes sense, right? You want your safety on McCaffrey, as we spoke about. Yes, it's a great assist, that one. So now it's like straight up a 6-2 with like big dudes on the field, right? There's us. Here's our 6. Here's our 2. Kind of goal line look. Similar principle to what we spoke about it earlier, where they're sending people. Hall did an okay job there. All sacks are equal, says John. Does Hall get the sack there? That's funny. This was annoying. It's funny how Greg Olsen said about this as well, right? Ooh. So this is So guys, this is cover 0 with them rushing to contact their 2 defensive tackles. The idea being that you're getting a cover 0 effect, but you're removing the quick shallow throw, the quick like over the middle throw. The landmarks generally for this guy is to the tight end, or where like a tight end would line up. So if you watch where Byron Murphy ends up, it's if you think the tight end was here, right? Let me draw that straight. If you think that's where the tight end was, let's see where Murphy ends up. About there, right? And he removes that Debo quick hitter. Meanwhile, Purdy's already been flushed from the pocket by the pressure. So, essentially, it's how... I don't know if the way that Macdonald coaches it and his like sense for the right time to call this is superb. He has the secret sauce. But what's really cool about it is, we said McCaffrey matched up on this guy. If this guy's outside leverage, he's going to break here. If this guy's inside leverage, he's going to break here. Well, this is another way of getting a guy to the outside and a guy to the inside of McCaffrey. You can effectively leverage his route very nicely. And so this is man, 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 low hole, man. And pass pro wise, it's just too much, because what happens is, that's a really cool illustration. We're overloaded here, right? And we're mugged here. We're mugged with this guy. So they are playing, I believe, I'll double check, but I think what I just saw was big on big pass protection. So man pass pro. Right. This guy released into the pattern, didn't he? So let's ignore him. Right. So this guy is occupied with Murphy, who ends up rushing and then dropping. This guy's occupied with another guy who ends up rushing and then dropping. I think it's Leonard Williams. This guy's occupied. This guy's out onto a route. This guy's occupied with Ernest Jones. And this tackle, Leonard Williams, remember, Seattle brought Spoon off the trip side edge. So we have one guy for their 2. 64's lost. He tries to work back, but 65 has been rushed really effectively. So Trent Williams has a decision between Spoon or Jones. Jones is coming in unblocked. Meanwhile, Seattle's only rushed 4 guys. Oh no, 5 guys. No, 4 guys. Yeah, 4 guys, because they dropped both D tackles. John, it is the name of the channel. That's right. It's correct. Seattle Overload for a reason. So, like I said, Macdonald has a way of getting this done. Like he knows the time and the place for it. He knows when they're going to get that protection. AC, when can we get a Matty F Brown Pokemon Emerald stream? Good news on that front. I found my way back to the volcano place. Basically, I somehow I think I'd stored the Pokemon which had the Rock Smash thing. I think I put that in storage, and then I tried to smash the rocks with strength, but I hadn't got the strength gym badge, and I forgot that I needed to train rock smash to a different Pokemon. Then I trained rock smash to a different Pokemon because the rocks had like reappeared on the path, and then I was fine. So that's good. I know you're all anxious about that. And then Greg Olsen. Like, we didn't talk about that on the game. Ever since Greg Olsen said that the Seahawks were running it was like they're running a varsity offense, and then we saw what happened since. By the way, after Greg Olsen had pretty nice payday in Seattle for a horrendous drop for the pick six against the Patriots, and that was that. But he is so he just seems bitter. I never heard him be so like the tone, like how critical. I think he does a great job on most broadcasts, but with Seahawks games, and I'm not particularly sensitive about the Seahawks, but he seems there's a certain energy and language, which I don't really know where it comes from. Like Pete's gone now, Brian Schottenheimer's definitely not there. Like I don't know. Brendan, we will. Double mug, right? Imagine this guy was here and there was another linebacker here. Brendan, though, you could call this double mug in a way because there's a safety mugged here. There's a guy here. But basically, two linebackers, both of them lined up in like the interior gaps, standing up at the line of scrimmage. But like why I mentioned the Olsen thing is, I mean that's a hold. It's a good hold, but I don't know what the hell this official's looking at. He's watching the ball, isn't he? He's like, whoa, this is cool. Look at this pressure. This is cool pressure. But yeah, that's a clear hold. And you can see Hall look back like, no? Oh, but Macdonald was mad at him, I think, as well. Hall in the trust tree is an interesting one. Like he's made some mistakes recently that I wonder what about his position. I think the real thing here though is as this edge here, and this is something that Macdonald teams tend to be great at. But you have to understand that we're bringing the overload to this side, so the quarterback is very much, and it's not going to be blocked in an ideal world. So the quarterback is most likely to be flushed out here as he is. So you can't rush a tight path. You have to be like the back hook of the defense. You have to be that guy. You can't rush tight like Hall did, even if he was held at the end. He may also, though, like I think if McCaffrey stayed in, right? We said about train. If McCaffrey stayed in, this isn't train, but I think this is a peel. So I think Love would have rushed if McCaffrey had blocked. But obviously, McCaffrey releasing, Love releases out. So for Hall, it's kind of about he rushes tight because I think he recognizes Love. Was initially on a blitz, but when you see that flash of color across your face, you got to start widening out because these guys are coming and the quarterback's going to go here. So you got to reestablish the edge of the pocket. Is Brock Purdy sneaky athletic? At Iowa State, he reminded me of like Russell Wilson. If you search my timeline for Brock Purdy tweets, there's a few good ones. I had to watch a lot of Big 12 that year. So again, a shift. What have we got? We got Big Nickel from the Seahawks. I think. This is for sure, right? So they've set their front to the fullback. Like, they're all pointing out, or maybe they're just pointing out the split at the fullback. Yeah, they're just pointing out the split and how he's offset but forwards, which when a guy's this alignment, generally it's to do this, right? Or insert here. But with how wide he is to the tackle, it's usually that. And then you can jet someone like this, which is why Robertson Harris points that out. I imagine he pointed it out for Draymond Jones because this guy could do this, but from the split, that looks like that to me. Not remembering the play here, I swear. I could be way off. But I think this is under front setting the ball. Oh, wait, no, is it an under? Am I chatting out my arse? I am. It's over still. It's still an over front. So yeah, they dress up like it is that type of play, and it's play action with a throwback. This is so nasty from the 49ers because it's like, it's a simple way of moving the launch point. Because for the backers, with him opening here, you're thinking I need to roll over this way, but actually the route gets thrown like here. It's nasty for the DBs too. I love how the Seahawks distribute their coverage though. So we have tight splits from the offense. I believe this is just cover 4 on this side and cover 4 on this side, right? Like, look, first thing when I'm looking for like, is it cover 4, is it cover 2? I look at how tight the safety's feet are. So typically your first step would be out and like 45 and back if you're cover 2 safety, or even a faster bail. But to the outside, visioning the 1. Now, the tight splits of the receivers mean it's less important for me to have to do this. I can play tighter, but typically you'd be deeper and faster, knowing you're a deep half. But both of their feet are almost inside. I guess Bryant steps off slightly outside. But he's so straight. I know the release is straight. But the way Spoon works outside leveraging in, this looks like a quarter to me. And on this side, Ty Okada is definitely a quarter. Look how he steps, that right foot, the outside foot steps slightly off to push off, but it's straightening up. This could be... Oh, and also the other thing is why it's not what I was saying. Why it is cover 4, why it's definitely not cover 2. Look how flat Tyrese Knight is. So tight. But why I love the distribution is, if you're Brock Purdy and you're like looking over here, right, to try and look off the coverage, this to me, right, Knight flaring out maybe not so much, but it could be like being sucked up by the run fake as well. But this to, like, in terms of the mind of the quarterback, but this to me looks like cover 2. Like, it looks like Tampa 2. Like, this guy's physically disrupting the outside release, riding the release inside. This guy's sort of working deep. He's a too high guy. And then as I work back with my eyes here, this guy starts running down the pipe like a Tampa 2 dropper, Ernest Jones. I could be way off, but I don't know. The distribution, he wants to hit this curl, right? But we have more curl presence than just... If it was Tampa 2... By the time I'd worked back here, right? If it was Tampa 2, the corner would be here, and the safety would be here, and this curl window would be here. But because it's cover 4, Spoons rode this all the way down the field and played top down and flattened it very nicely, and he's right in the window, and the receiver's also slipped. So I think that is pretty disconcerting for a quarterback. That was my read. Now, of course, up front, why Purdy can't even attempt this is the pass rush is amazing. That's an impressive throw, isn't it? He makes stuff happen, man. He's a gamer, kind of. They're not doing very well from it, though. This is impressive. So, Adam Dirty's spoken about, like, along the lines of pass rush chemistry and them needing to learn how one another rushes. This is exactly that type of deal. So they initially have like a play action with the guard pull and all this, and they up front, they have to honour some type of run. But once they see its pass, they automatically run. They wouldn't have run this game, I don't think, if it had been a run play. I think they just sort of get into this with how the protection is. This guy's here. We know we're going to play a tackle end game. And you can see how it opens up. The centre's sticking on here. Jaron Reed, great job. And Draymond Jones works underneath, through the hole, flushes Purdy. Yeah, the pocket he gets out of, and he completes that pass to Juice Check, I think, who gets whacked. But, this is an offense having to do the absolute most to move the ball down the field. Why Shanahan likes doing stuff like this, of course, is even the check downs go for big yardage because everyone has to get depth for these routes. And it takes time, which means you get deeper. And even though we got a pass rush win, it still took longer than a straight up 4-man pass rush versus the shotgun. So this is what we call about zones getting drained out. There's too much vertical separation and space. Adept Cardinal, do I think this is sustainable, the defense the past 2 games? Yes, but I believe, and this is going to come as no surprise, I think there's weaknesses that teams haven't attacked yet, and now they've seen the last 2 games, they should adapt. And I presume from your name you are an Arizona Cardinals fan. I'm so excited for this game because I think what Arizona does on offense, they're the 3rd best non-quarterback gap run football team. The Seahawks are the 3rd worst. Defending that type of stuff. Like gap runs, moving parts, QB also being involved in the run game, hard play action, moving the pocket, intermediate routes, weapons, heavier personnel to force base. These are all things that the Seahawks haven't shown. They haven't really faced too much of. And when they have struggled. They've improved on it, but also, it's a fully healthy Arizona team, if I'm not wrong. And yeah, I think, it's a big matchup for them to prove that what they're doing is correct and is real, and we can believe in it as people who follow the Seahawks. And likewise for Arizona, if they can get it done, they're like the best team in the NFC West, aren't they? So massive. Oh, you're a Seahawks fan. There you go. You got the wrong username this week, pal. Okay. Oh, this is awesome. This is so good. I think this is just cover 1. Yeah, this is a great look, guys, because this is cover 1 train. This is cover 1 train. But there, you see how Tyrese Knight was going to blitz? They don't want to put Draymond Jones on the running back, so they're saying the linebackers, I think, are responsible for this running back here. But you see, Knight is about to blitz downhill, and then he sees the back come out, so he peels off with Juice Check. So they end up sending 5. No one really wins their one-on-one in time. But this is a monster rep from Witherspoon. We saw how Rick Woolen got beat on this type of route, right? Because he was trying to... McCaffrey hasn't run this as well. He hasn't threatened the vertical outside thing. But also because Woolen is aligned... because Spoon's aligned slightly off the line... and McCaffrey's off the line, right? That gives him time And his patience here is excellent. So step outside with the release, and then absorb contact by placing the arms, and look how square he stays. By staying square, he's in a position where he's over the top of the route, right? But he can feel that that's flat, and he can even peek back at the quarterback, and he knows if that ball isn't out now, that's not a flat route. You're not late to the flat like that, and I've got this guy coming down to play man on Debo. Like, it's not a thing. So I can pitch my tent. I'm good on the inside. I'm putting myself in between the man and the ball in man coverage. There's no real urge to drive over the top and outside. I'm right where I need to be. And I think the way he bats this ball up is intentional. I think that is a practiced deal of, why are we batting it down? Let's bat it up for big old Jonathan Hankins to make a hero play. But it's so funny to me because Spoon was doing this type of stuff like in man coverage. Just the ball wasn't getting thrown to him in weeks where there was like some consternation from certain areas of the fan base over, his impact, his performance on the field. And now we're seeing it show up because the ball's getting thrown there. And, wow. I mean, this is crazy good stuff. And this is one thing from his college stuff. Maybe not impressed, but even in off, which really stood out. And obviously doing this in off coverage is not really allowed because it's after 5 yards. But doing it from this kind of like press position from versus a guy who's slightly off the line of scrimmage, it's obviously allowed because it's within 5 yards. But his ability to catch guys like this while staying square, absorbing the contact, and then driving into the right position. I mean, yes. And we said how Purdy will throw this stuff. He's not a robot. He just likes playing with timing in this sense and giving his guys a chance. And, sometimes the other guy makes a play, and that from Spoon was certainly making a play. What happened to Tariq Woolen here? That's a pretty okay rep until the end. Juwan Jennings is a player, though. He might be a problem. Although, I don't know, is it over for San Francisco? Like, is their window done if they lose against the Packers? What do you think, guys? Oh, hell yes. I love this. This is very cool. So there's a lot of communication going on. So I think Spoon sees this as a play which is going to be, and this is why this offense is so good, right? It looks like this, doesn't it? And he's telling Job, look, I need you to replace here, but we're also going to have a problem because it's to the bubble. And even if we can make a play here, there's one too many guys. In actual fact, it's the same play. It's dressed up the same, but it's counter. And so Spoon ends up outside, and we have a bad position for the Seahawks, really. It's not a good spot. But what they do, which is cool, is up front here. So this is a called tackle game between these two. So they call it Tom, where this guy picks for this guy to loop over the top. Or maybe it's not that. No, it's not that. What it is Byron Murphy, fantastic anticipation. So from the guard split, it does look like he's going to pull, right? He's kind of a bit further back than this guy, kind of. But it looks a bit obvious. But if you're a 3 technique and your guy pulls this way, it can be very useful for or even if he pulls this way, it can be very useful if rather than just playing here, you are and getting down blocked, you are able to cross the face of this guy and win this extra gap back for the defense. Which is what Murphy does. Wow. Good. I love it when this happens. Good luck, pal. Yeah, that's not what they wanted. Oh no. Jesus. This is Leonard Williams at the big end. I was talking about it. Interesting here, they've played him to the away from the 3 tech, but it's to where they're thinking the ball's going, because this guy off the ball is an indicator that he's doing this and they're doing this, right? Oh my god. That's 2 for the price of 1, right? Like, he's dominated his edge. On a chalkboard, right? This is a cool play call, right? Because it's this guy's sealed inside, this guy's here, this guy's blocked out, this guy's going up here. We're running up here for a touchdown, right? That's what it's like on a chalkboard. This guy's going to pick off this guy. But football ain't played on a chalkboard. Football's a very violent sport, and when you play your big player in a big position, why it's cool as well is teams will run gap to this B-gap bubble a lot. It's what got Macdonald in Baltimore. We had a question here from we had a question here from Ben. Good to see you in here, Ben. I hope you're having a good dinner. But has Mike Macdonald done anything to change the defense that he didn't already do in Baltimore in the second half of last year? Which, me adding context there, obviously the second half of last year is when their run defense numbers collapsed, doing largely the same stuff, like play calling buckets wise. Ben, I think there's a bit more variety. It's hard to say because there's 2 types of offense they've faced. This season in their improvement have been slightly different to like your basic NFL offense. But I think like having Leonard Williams is, I said they did it with Brent Urban, but playing 2 big guys, the Baltimore had Clowney, who was good, but having 2 big edges is maybe a thing. Yeah, I just rubbed my eye, and I think I've put something in it. That's great. That's incredible from Ernest Jones here. That's so good. Like, Trent Williams is supposed to block Ernest Jones like this, and Ernest Jones has read the blocking scheme and gets over the top and finds his way to the football. That's an incredible play from Ernest Jones. Tyrese Knight's fine. It's good to beat the block, actually, from him. Very good to beat the block. I thought he was taller, but it's a good forklift move here, getting underneath the pads. Again, if that a Kittle rather than, he looks like a giraffe, 82, but that's not his best rep, is it? Look how many guys. There's 4 guys on McCaffrey. Man, that's run defense. 2 D tackles, 2 D linemen, and 2 linebackers. It's not too bad, is it? Brendan's saying he judoed 82 off him. That's right, he did. This will look pretty from this angle. This is also a dumb point, but like the speed at which all of these guys play, just like NFL players, like their keys and just how quick their feet move and go to the right area most of the time is insane. Like, think how many times you've rewound this to point things out, and sometimes we can be critical on our film shows, but yeah, that's why when plays like this happen, you have to really take your hat off, because these guys are absolutely playing very high level football. And guys, this is too high run fits. They're fitting the run in too high. And I think that, yeah, oh wow, this is brave. So, 2nd and 9. Oh, this is cool, I think. Yep. So, what the hell? I think they're playing like Spoon is into the. I think this is this. This is cover 2, and this is cover 4. And Spoon only gets involved with how this block plays out. Because this guy goes along, right? And then this guy cracks back down here, so Spoon gets involved. Is that correct? Yeah, basically. Look at Spoon showing up. It's crazy. Wow. J-Amp, thank you so much. That is very kind of you. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Let me know if you have a question as well. I'd be more than happy to help it. That's very kind. Richard Garcia, they basically playing a 2-4. Yeah, well, I mean, what do you want to call it? This is right, Richard. This is a 4-2, right? 5, right? Or it's in personnel terms, it's a 2-4. I didn't mean to get Spoon in there. 4. But then football is a hybrid nature, and if this were Leonard Williams, like we'd seen, is it a 3-3-5? Personnel? Yeah, kind of. But anyway. How do I get rid of this? I hope that answered your question, Richard. Good question, though. But ultimately, there are 3-4 in personnel defense who runs a lot of like 4-2 looks. But this fits more like a 4-3, doesn't it? With how Spoon gets in there. So, this is high-level play from Ernest Jones. Shocker. As well. Ernest Jones's gap is here. Tyrese Knight's gap is here. Right? We're doing this, okay? We're saying we're playing with every guy having a gap, right? But this dude here is a big problem, or not a big problem. He's a big influence, because if he goes like this, right? We've lost this guy, right? So we need to bump our gaps from here to here and here to here. And this, right, we sort of need to stack this gap and then fall back with the action. So they're staying front side leverage on this, right, with the running back's first step. But as they see this guy cross face and the running back stick his foot in the ground, they fall back their gap, as you will watch. Jones is such a natural, though. Like, what was happening with Dodson, not to pick on him, but it's a very personal example. Dodson was like running here. And then it was giving this guy the leverage to come off the combo and seal him out of here. And then this guy would come here because there's no one there. And then this guy would just go here and it would be a party. Or this guy would go here and it would be a party because this guy's delayed because this guy's coming along. What Jones does is he steps here, saw that flash of colour, and he's already fallen back. So 64, right, who we were saying could seal him like this, ain't sealing shit. He's already beaten him to the gap. Hello, McCaffrey. I'm in the gap. So now McCaffrey has to dance, right? And try and bounce this out the front door again. Oh, and Spoons fit into his gap because they've folded the nickel in with how Samuel played, and Spoons beat the block. And what's so cool, right, is the 49ers, the Dolphins, all those trees, the Shanahan style stuff, they preach no block, no rock. If you're not going to block as a receiver, we're not going to throw you the football. And often it's like, I mean, Debo's the wrong example, but it shows how impressive this is from Spoon. But the past 2 weeks, involving Spoon more into the fit as well, just in general, and his skill set, like, teams try and go at him, but ultimately it's a receiver on a DB, and Spoon has that dog in him. Like, he will jack up a blocker. He will beat a blocker. This is a really cool rep from Murphy. He kind of gets moved, but it's how he pops back up into his A-gap and kind of wrecks stuff there as McCaffrey tries to go through. And even Kobe Bryant, let's look at his open field tracking. So he's in a deep quarter, right? He's trying to track the near hip, the outside hip of McCaffrey. So let's assess his tracking ability. He ends up with his right shoulder making the hit, so he's done a good job of adjusting to the path and coming downhill. Not too bad. Julian Love's tracking's been very good. That's not the best play to show it. Ben Judge, what do I think about Byron Murphy in these run fits? I think he is playing okay. I think where he struggles, Ben, is when teams try and do this, right? But because the linebacker behind him is actually better, it's less of a problem. But like 2-eye combos and how they combo in the NFL has been harder for him, particularly on like wide runs. Like this is, if this had kept going wide, right, rather than, because they're looking to cut back like this, aren't they? But then this happened. It's like a trap play almost, or like they're trying to trap the 3-tech or something. But yeah, then it would have been an issue. Like the Bills game was rough for Murphy because they kept just scoop. So the backside combination block on outside zone, they kept doing that to him and he really had a tough time. Alright, 3rd and 7. So Brennan asked what double mugged means. So Brennan, if this were Ernest Jones and your pal, he might not be your pal, I don't know that, Tyrese Knight, that would be like a double mugged look because they're both linebackers. You could call that double mugged, but really this is trying to play games with their protection by standing up Hall, who wears 58 as well, and he can coverage drop, right? Like we said, 3rd and 7 is when Macdonald makes his money. The passing 3rd downs, he can get into his bag, he can do creative as hell things. All this is an overload front to the strong side, to the field side. Because D lineman, D lineman, D lineman, 1 D lineman, and we're mugging with a safety. So it's a load front. Let's see, I can't remember this play. To me, this looks like man, and then 2-man. Right, or cover 4, like techniques from the safeties, but they're looking to like rob the dig. And then we're coming. We're sending 5. And probably doing something like this. That's my best guess. Okay, so they played 1 special, otherwise known as 1 robber, but Macdonald calls it 1 special. So you got Love on McCaffrey rather than putting Tyrese Knight on McCaffrey. That makes sense. Man to man, man to man, man to man, man to man. Robber looking for those in cuts into that hole. That's cool from Jones because they chip protect here, which, by the way, because of how Seattle had brought cover 0 the last play and got pressure on Purdy even on the touchdown, because of the threat of Macdonald, the 49ers call in man-to-man pass protection, right, which partly influenced by the overload front, but they chip protect here. And so they only really get... And is McCaffrey check releasing? Yeah, he's check releasing. So he's checking that Love isn't blitzing before releasing onto a route. So basically, you've made them release only 3 guys immediately. That's pretty impressive stuff. So here's the man, here's the man, here's the man, here's the post third, here's the robber, here's the man. That's pretty good. So what happens when you do that is guys can do a bit of extra work before doing their assignment. So Ernest Jones is man on this guy, but he's chip protecting. So Ernest Jones, he first of all is recognizing that Job's pressed. So whatever you do, don't run into your teammate. Work over the top of the press, which he did. But he can get a hand onto Debo. So they've basically got a nice double disruption on Debo, but within 5 yards, so it's legal. And then his man's chip released. Now he can go down to his man-to-man. If you're Brock Purdy, where are you throwing the football? Maybe up here. But other than that, where are you throwing the football? I don't like... What happened to Okada here? Because he should be looking at this route. What happened here? Got a bit too excited. I guess he's kind of in the window. But he did get a bit excited there, didn't he? Man, that's... Spoon is so good. He's so competitive. That's a good drive on the route. Damn, Purcell cooked. I'm surprised because this like head start motion, which again he's kind of going forward to the snap. I guess he isn't, but this head start motion is usually what you throw against man-to-man defense because it's really difficult for anyone to cover because they have a head start running and you're playing man and they could go this way still. So you don't want to overrun it, but at the same time, they're going faster than you and they can just do this, which is what happens. I'm surprised Purdy didn't look that way. Can he even throw the field out of his hurt shoulder? Maybe not. What's he doing? Now, of course, when you play man-to-man, this is what can happen. And Okada had his pump fake moment here. It's interesting that... this is another bad Derek Hall play, guys. As well. Be interested in how they graded this. So I think this is meant to be... Because, I said with the overload front, they're probably going to do something like this. Misfit, that's not true, right? That's not true. The past 2 years, they made a lot of adjustments on their defense, some of which worked, some of which didn't. But I don't think a lack of adjustments was the problem. Last 5 years saw some of the most adjustments of the Pete Carroll defensive era. Some of it didn't work. Fats, I'm a professional. Come on now. Thank you for the donation. Always appreciated. Yeah, so I think this is meant to be this to like show to the quarterback, and then we're meant to loop around, but Derek Hall's like a spy for Purdy because they know how he likes to scramble and they know man's weak to that. See how Hall just sets up here? But that was his play. They've tried to do that with Maffei in the past. Purdy got him. God damn it. And yeah, Okada will want this one back as well. Like, I don't like how he robbed. They say as a robber you can look at the QB, but surely you have a little look at the slot, right? They chipped over here. This is not a threat. Have a look here. It's coming here. It's coming from the field. Let's see the end zone. Did Okada have a look? No, it's all quarterback, isn't it? Yeah. That's interesting. I wonder how they coach that. That's not great, though. Where's Macdonald? Is he pissed on this one? That's not him, is it? He was wearing a hat. Oh, he's here. Oh, look at him. He's fuming. He's absolutely fuming. I've been there. Not in the NFL, but I've been there. Because he called in the play there, didn't he? With, like, he had Hall, right? Hall was meant to be the spy who, at this point, you've got to try and, right? That's the weak edge. Or, you know, maybe you don't know that's happening, but you need to know. But even if Hall doesn't do that, Okada's the guy who can go, and he got pump faked. Oh, do we get an... Where is he? No, I don't think we're going to see him on this angle, are we? What do you guys think about Macdonald calling the plays as a head coach? I mean, he's worked the last 2 weeks, hasn't it? But like, it's very interesting to have to. He must be very mentally strong, or focused to be able to reset from, you know, being a play caller and getting heated in these moments. Then, yeah, and then doing like head coach stuff. Mondrama said he didn't even remember Marshawn coming up to him in game one. Yeah, I really don't think you would. You just think, what the hell is this? And that would be... There's so many other things you got to think about. Even as a play caller, I don't think you'd remember. But anyway. I think having Leslie Frazier as an assistant head coach makes me feel better about him calling defense. Yeah, I mean, that was something where... You know, you obviously go to like the Leslie Frazier, that's what we're talking about. The Wade Phillips type of analogy, don't you, with McVay? Like when they hired Macdonald, you're like, who are they going to get to be that? And I think that was really reassuring when they announced Frazier. I'd love to know a bit more about like what his impact's been. I know he mentioned Woolen maybe traveling around with guys and how they'd worked on his catching, came out after his pick in Detroit. But, yeah. Interested. Fat saying, I don't mind a head coach calling plays, but I worry about Mike's seeming hyper-focus on the defense. Fat, I have picked up on that. At the same time, someone somewhere has interfered or had a say on the offense, given what we've seen over the last 3 weeks, especially after the bye, but even just the run rate increasing, but, you know, more under center, more play action. There's something there that speaks of a head coach having a say, in my opinion, and to a positive effect. So I do think behind the scenes, while Mike is kind of that defensive guy, I do think behind the scenes he's become involved with the offense in a positive manner. So, yeah. That could also be true, Fats. It's definitely weird compared to Pete, right, where he was overseeing stuff. And even Pete, like in USC days, he was very involved with the offense, I think, like and in touch with that, even though he was still calling the defense plays for quite a long time. That's a good play from. That's a good play. Nice. Really nice. Really nice. So, good play from Shanahan. So, this is a tough one. Like, this will break you. I've seen it happen to this type of look so many times. They've set their front to the tight end or to the boundary, but whatever way, the three techs here. So here's our nose. Here's our edge. Here's our force if the edge gets cracked. Here's our player. Here's our player. What happens though if they form a pair? Like now, who is playing what? We have this guy here. Oh, let's go to the end zone now. This guy here. This guy here. Are we playing here? Right? But who plays this guy? Is it this guy? It's too tough. I think Ernest Jones could have bumped out a bit quicker. But he gets in his gap. The problem is this guy here still, because it's got to be this guy, but it just happens too late. Like pair trips and then running like toss versus cover 4 on that side, be it under, which this is basically under at this point, or over, but under in particular, it's just a problem. It's a very tough run. You'd like Bryant to finish that tackle. He did trip the back. McCaffrey does have special contact balance. How about Tyrese Knight here? Is this a good play? Avoid. I guess he runs to the sideline. That's a scary looking one for Spoon. Glad he didn't get hurt from that. Yeah, that's a good run from Shanahan. And it's also, guys, if Bryant makes that tackle, for all I've said about it, because of how Love sets the edge here, right? He basically becomes like, if you think it's proper under, he's like the Sam outside linebacker, right? He's down, he's setting the edge. Really, like we said, block no rock, but also, DBs, you got to disrupt. Because of how they play this, I mean, that should be like a 5-yard run if Bryant makes that tackle, but McCaffrey's just unreal. So 2nd and 3. So the first time that they've been behind the sticks, really, like not in front. And so what happens is now they play base. So this is a bear look, isn't it? But because they're wanting to play too high, in bear, when you're playing too high, what tends to happen if you get a slot is the outside back on that side needs to walk out so you can play 3 over 2. And then stuff can happen. So, who false started? They did. Oh, Shanahan will be pissed. It felt like the 49ers couldn't get out their own way. What play did they have in? We'll never know. Oh, he had them, though. He had them, right? Like, he had something like this, which is going to be tough cover. They might have been dropping 8 here. He had them in a really bad situation. Same play. Yeah, they called the same play, but obviously the Seahawks on 2nd and 8 came back into nickel. And, that's interesting. Wow, that's cool. This is really cool. Look at this pressure, guys. Good football from Purdy. So they've been doing this in recent weeks, but Spoon can play a deep half, and he can play a deep quarter. I think he did it at Illinois. I know they're like a big spin the middle safety down into the middle hook and then spin the nickel or slot into a half or quarter. But anyway, Spoon's been doing that a bit. So I think here this is reading this guy, and then this guy's the inside guy with on the 3 receiver who isn't on that side. And then here I think is quarters, where this guy's walling the first guy. You can see how they bring one more. Yeah, Brendan. So Brendan's saying it's 82 hot. Like, technically, Brendan, how I'd view it is McCaffrey's the hot. Because if they'd left, like, I mean, Macdonald gets like overkill here. He gets two unblocked guys by design. But like, if they'd left McCaffrey, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, but Brennan, it's like a sight adjustment is how I'd term it. Because like, there's a guy there, but he like throttles down because of the blitz, and Purdy's hot off this side, right? Because of how they block. Did they go man protection again? I think they do. They blocked that up weird. I need to stop rubbing my eyes. This is Ernest Jones' bad play, but this front for the Seahawks, where they put 4 guys down in short yardage like this, they've run it before, but now they've got Roberts and Harris as well. Murphy, Williams, that's Derek Hall there. I don't know who that edge is. Is that Maffei and then Knight. They drew 2 holds in this game from this front in short yardage, which is backbreaking. Like, they're so powerful and good, these D linemen. They've got a really good D line. And what it does is this guy has to flow, but Ernest Jones can flow to the ball. He just missed his tackle here. Tough tackle. But Spoon, look at Spoon. For Spoon here, it would be very easy to try and almost run around the block, which what would happen is you'd do that guy's job for him, and it would crease here. But Spoon plays for the knockback, and then wins outside, and that's a hold. He draws the hold. So I said the front was drawing the hold. This is Spoon, but like the penetration. Look at the knockback here, and then how they keep Jones clean is big. But Spoon's a gamer, and you can see Macdonald saw it. This is just cover 1, but with Love not dropping. And they're blitzing still. Wow, Brendan, thank you. That's so kind. Again, appreciate your support. And guys, if you're in Seattle, Brendan, you're probably still there, right? Elm Coffee Roasters, check them out. When I'm in Seattle, which I will be one day, I will be going to Elm Coffee Roasters because I like coffee and I like Brendan. Thank you, man. Right. Spoon planted Jennings on his face at the end too. I missed that. So again, this is just smart. Like, they're sliding here, right? So these guys are responsible here, which is fine. But how do you make that challenging on the offense? You just run a little exchange, like a tech stump between them. And that's between a linebacker, right? And or an edge and a linebacker, right? An outside backer and an inside backer. And why this is cool is how Macdonald will call this in. He'll have probably the same language, basically way less language to do this with the different positions than other systems will. And so he's able to get into it with the various personnel out of various different looks more simply and more often. And, more readily. So here, Hall takes both blockers out. Jones does get pushed around the arc, but, that's affecting the quarterback. Purdy, if you watch his drop back, is forced to move slightly off his spot and fire, and it's changing his launch point intentionally from a defensive perspective. Also, to this side, they are basically picking, but in a very non-obvious fashion, which separates against the man coverage, like a pick and roll, or like how two slants would pick for a route into the flat against man-to-man. And they get Maffei right in the passing lane of Purdy. And you'd be... I mean, it's disappointing that he gave that up, really. But again, it's Jennings just being a baller, especially in this game. Selling that he's running a fade. Spoon's trying to play tight to this. They are battling. That's just a good throw, good catch. And if Devon Witherspoon had 33-inch long arms, he'd be the best corner ever, probably. But he doesn't, so... And that's just good football. Very good football. There we go, Henry. That's good to know. See, I don't know. Guys, have you seen Purdy throw that before? Why is he not looking at that? That's so there. What do we think about this play? This play has got me intrigued. Like bang, ba-bang. It's quite a good drop from Ernest Jones, isn't it? This is a clunky looking Purdy play. Like his shoulder's hurting a bit. You know what I mean? Interesting he didn't throw that. I guess if he keeps looking downhill, Jones keeps sinking under that. What do we think here? This route looks like a thing to me. Coverage-wise, it looks like this is the cover 4 side, and this is the 2 side. What's interesting about how Macdonald's plays his safeties, even in cover 4, is a lot of quarterback vision. Lee's saying Jones is looking like he's going to cost a pretty penny. Yeah. I don't want to say too much, but like when you look at... because he's playing unbelievable football. But when you look at what the Miami Dolphins paid Jordan Brooks, possibly a bit too much. Good pass rush again. There's a little game going on here between them, I think. Okay, so we talked about pair trips, right? So Shanahan's gone to that same run, which bit is difficult for it. Oh, yes, this is good. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, this is good. So, we said if we're in too high, right? Why it's difficult is this guy becomes an extra dude who we don't have the numbers for because would be B gap, would be C gap, would be blocking here, and would be blocking here, and the this gap would become a problem, or it could be that this gap becomes a problem, but we're just outnumbered in a way that we can't really fold this guy into the two gaps. So what they do instead is they rotate their safety down, right, away from the three technique, so it's not double rotation, and all that this enables them to do is gap, 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 gap. This is probably three sight, and you see why. Oh, and this is by the way Julian Love, like expert angles. You see why having a guy in each gap can help a defense. Making that play through the backside B gap's impressive. Because front side, they don't do great here. This is not the best Hankins rep. I wonder, right? Because Hankins came into the season playing insane football. I wonder if he's carrying a little something. He's an old player, he's an old savvy vet. But his play over recent weeks has dwindled. Waned. Dwayne the Rock. No, it's dwindled. He's not performing as well as he was to start the season, and I don't want to like I've seen how good he was, so I don't want to be like, oh, he's a bad player. He's definitely not. I think he looks hurting, or like it's a long year. I don't know. So it's here. Murphy plays this so thick, but he needs to be here, and Jones needs to be here. Which Jones gets there. Love gets there, and Jones wins back to the ball as well. So this is, again, a solid run from Shanahan. So this is where Griff and I would like to see, speaking for Griff, who's obviously not here, this is where we would like to see fire zones. So imagine if you brought a guy off the edge and slanted and then cancelled the gap for this guy to work over the top. You just speed it up and you roll the ball off to the guy who's unblocked and clarify things. But Shani getting into this out of 11 and like this guy being doing the tight end masquerading. That's a clever wrinkle. It was a clever part of the game plan from him. It's what McVay did well too. I imagine it's what the Cardinals will do. Maybe with like an actual tight end though. They false started again. See, they couldn't get out their own way. What did they have in here? They had a good call, I think. Looks like we're to get that hit. Although that is right down Purdy's passing lane. Ben asks, am I still worried about the gap schemes? Yes, I am. But we saw a good gap run fit earlier, so it might not be a complete disaster. This is a great drop by Ernest Jones. Holy moly. Oh, yes, this is the good stuff. So, I think this is 3 sight. Yeah. Let's say it is. Alright, so what did we say about 3 sight, guys? We said If number 2 runs out fast, the safety takes him. This guy plays the weak hook, looking for that final 3 receiver up and back across the hash. But if this guy is here or here or here, not fast out to the flat on my side, then I play the weak hook and I play the flat. So let's go to the end zone angle. Let's have a look at the eyes of Knight and Love. As soon as Love sees McCaffrey step here, see how his eyes look here? A weak hook player, in my opinion, if they're a weak hook from the start, they'd immediately be looking here. But he's looking at McCaffrey first, checking he's going here, and then getting his eyes to Debo as the final 3. And so there we go. And you see Knight now it's full flow away. So there's only one guy here, but there's 4 guys here. Knight's looking for like a shallow route to take back here, which is good zone awareness. He's also in this window of the tight end and the tight split. Sorry about the Seattle Overload logo. Reflect the Sun, good to see you. I'm going to open up YouTube so I can see what your sticker is. A big red thumb. How about that super sticker, eh? Thank you. So what ends up happening? So communication of the motion. Oh yeah, awesome from Ernest Jones. Look at how he reads pass, opens the hip into the receiver, gets hands on. Now he sensed that this guy's breaking here. He knows the weak hook's going to help on this type of route. He knows that the next threat to him is either from here. This guy's out, so it's probably going to be this guy as the new number 2, right? This is the new 3. This is the 3. This is the 2. This is the 1. Or depends how you view these guys. But basically, this is his next threat. So he needs to hold on this field hash and be ready to expand outwards. That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. You would like to think if Purdy had more time, he'd have kept drifting under this, but ultimately he wins this rep with how he drops initially into the receiver, eyes back to the QB, expand out into that curl window. Because for a corner like Job to squeeze this route from the condensed bunch and also have to check that this guy's not doing this, it takes too long. It's very difficult to squeeze. You need underneath hook presence. Really good strong hook drop. And the pass rush is doing their work as well. Holy crap, that's a nasty pocket. Is that a Maffei getting a nice ball? Wow. Everyone kind of wins, right? You'll take that. And look at Draymond Jones come alive. Nice little rip. Stab and rip. This is what I was saying, though, about like how Macdonald's pass rush spacing is good as well. So he will bull rush and like do this to one side of the pocket and then deep rush the other side. So you get the effect of the quarterback being stuck in here while this guy's coming round here. And if this guy flushes it round here, then this guy's looping round here to finish up. Like, it's very rare you get both edges going like this and then both guys mush rushing here. That there's a understanding. Like, a lot of Kyle Van Noy sacks last year. I almost swallowed the mic in excitement. A lot of Kyle Van Noy sacks last year were stuff like this, where he'd be the like cleanup guy after the deep rush around the hook, and vice versa for Clowney. Maffei got in Purdy's face right as he looked for the check down. Great timing. Yeah, Russian coverage, Jas. Great point here. Let's have a look at that. Yep. So he's looking downfield, Jones, and he's looking at the check down, as you said, Jas. Looking here for this one, because there's definitely a opportunity, isn't there? But ultimately, and this is why we say, right, every single time, zone coverage is only as good as your pass rush, because look how deep they are. They've removed these things, right? They're covering what they need to cover. The weak hook's picking up this. But there's a lot of space on deep downfield concepts There's a lot of space, and if your pass coverage doesn't remove the check down will be thrown. This is what we saw when Ken Norton Jr. was calling very good team scoring defense, but ultimately he didn't have a pass rush outside of the 20s to remove this check down. So what they'd do is they'd force the ball to get checked down. The coverage would be great down the field, but the pass rush wasn't consistently forcing the ball to the check down quick enough, or just removing the check down entirely. So this would get thrown, and they'd get like 20, 20, I mean, that's an extreme, but they'd get chunk yardage from that. This is a great illustration of they don't even get to throw the check down because of Purdy doing this. But you can see how, if he'd turned and fired here, Spoon, timing-wise, knows he can come down quick because he's seen the pass rush getting there. And he indeed, there you go. And Jones starts breaking to that. So thank you, Ajas. Great point. Is it Ayas? My apologies. What do you think of this? And this is the thing as well, like Macdonald isn't having to be super exotic every time when passing down. So this is 2nd and 23. Now, there might be a bit more caution about San Francisco running the football here. I don't think so, though. I think what he has is he has genuine, like, 4-man, like, just go and get it pass rushers. And so the D-line and the edge group is so talented and deep that you can just sprinkle in your exotic stuff. You don't have to live in it. And that, if anything, makes it more effective. So here, this is just a tackle-tackle game. Not the best execution, but they end up getting a hand on the football. Boye Mafe does. And all we have is a Jazz. Okay, cool. So here we have quarters, cover 2. Oh, wow. Spoon is so incredible. To split the distance between these two guys is nuts. He doesn't buy that this is so good, this underneath play. Is he picking this ball off? Not quite, because the guy works back. What do we think? Not quite, but wow, that was good. All right, so good look here. So they've used Mafe as like a stand-up rusher in like an odd front look, really. So the idea of this is this forces man protection, even though you've only got 3 guys. And you might get these guys all condensed down, but ultimately it's tough to slide to a guy aligned this wide. And also both these guys could blitz, so it's best to be in man-to-man pass pro. And in the past, what they've done is like a little thing like this, and Mafe's gone and got the quarterback on the edge. This here's drop 8. So they're only going to rush 3 guys, and Mafe is like walling the low hook. They're playing, I think, just cover 4 behind it. Yeah, cover 4. Look at Spoon's such a cool mover. They're playing a sail technique for the out. Got a reroute on the 1. Wow, so good. Here's Mafe finding the shallow, getting under it. And then you would like him to be here, But because he isn't, he almost baits Purdy and he caught the pass breakup. So he did his job. He knows he should have had a pick there. And do they get the do they get man pass pro? Yeah, they did. That's funny. So what's cool about it, guys, is you line up with just 3 dudes, but what you get is one-on-ones for your edge group. So while it's a horrid job for this guy, occasionally, like in the clear passing downs, it's a pretty savvy call. Right, we're nearing halftime. Brendan, when's the F1 race? And Brendan also, should I be paying attention to F1? Because after the whole like Verstappen winning every race thing, I kind of got, and also the Red Bull like being very unlikable for like quite obvious reasons. I kind of went off it again because I got really into it during that amazing season, and the ending to that also was obviously anticlimactic and unfair, and just silly, right? But now apparently it's close. Although I've just seen Lando Norris will do everything to keep his hopes alive, right? So that makes it sound like it's basically wrapped up. But maybe next year it will be close. Oh, 2021 was your first season watching. That's good. My favourite season, Brendan, even though it was a team dominance one, was when Braun GP won, because I remember watching the first race like there's no way this team's going to be good. But similar to the Seahawks, so they're slightly different shade, they had very cool like highlighter green type on their cars. And I was like, I'm going to see what happens with Braun. I like Jenson Button. And lo and behold, they just did it in like incredible fashion. Which is a cool story as well of how like Honda played out. But anyway, back to the football. You can't really learn much from this. Look at that throw from Purdy though. That looks like, does this look like a hurt guy? It's a tough throw to throw a field out, but he's putting his whole ass body into that. Doesn't look as effortless as it sometimes can. He's almost like really having to grip that. About the furthest throw you could be asked to make, but still. Right, so that is cover 3. No. I'd have thrown a pick if I was a quarterback. What the hell? This is something, it isn't the best example because of how, like, crazy, what is it, down and distance-wise. 1st and 10 with 19 seconds left. But this is something I envisioned, with their safety group when they had Rayshawn Jenkins, Kobe Bryant, Julian Love, Spoon even, but obviously I'm like thinking more safeties. Like this is Jarek Reed getting on the field as a dime guy, or sorry, there's 7 DBs out there. I don't know what they call that, but 3 high safeties. Macdonald did it in more like normal passing down situations, not like almost prevent stuff. Because you can do so much from it. You can play like Tampa 2. You can play cover 1 robber. You can play 3 buzz. You can. These guys can do a lot of things. And he actually really damaged Seattle when he did it. When Gino and co struggled down in Baltimore that game. The famous game which lived long in the mind of the team. I don't know what this is. It might just be man, but they're rushing 3. Yeah, I think it's man, isn't it? Man to man with like double robbers. That's my opinion. What do we think, guys? See, Drift isn't here to tell me what to do. So, I think you're gonna be banned. That was fun. I've never banned someone before. Usually time out. But never the full ban. On Twitter, I'm more of a mute person. Like, blocking feels like you've let the person know they won, but muting is good. And you get like the affirmation of when you click on their comment, like, because it shows muted replies. When you click on their comment afterwards, you get the affirmation like, "Oh yeah, that's why I muted you." Whoa, Lee, man, you guys have been so kind tonight. Yeah, thanks, guys. That's super kind. Makes me feel better about my Amazon Prime whiskey purchase. I can justify that now to someone. Not that I have to do that at all, ever. Like, once a week. But thank you so much. And also, how many likes have we got here? That can't be right. If that's right, I'm going to be upset. Hold on. Well, we got 74 likes. That is good. Thank you, guys. If you haven't, like the video, please. It does help. I don't know how many people are going to rewatch like an almost 3.5 hour first half of the game, 49ers Seahawks defense at 49ers stream. But that being said, liking does help. Comment. Please do also let me know, like, do you enjoy this? Because I do have time in the evenings to do stuff like this, but I don't know if it's like obviously we've got the giveaway, which is like a big attraction. I understand that. Is it of value, or would you rather have, I think people would rather have a bite-sized video, but then, I enjoy streaming. Bite-sized videos are long in some ways. There's a lot of production which goes into it, and I do work, whereas on like a night like tonight, I can stay up late. And obviously those... Right, okay. Half time. Alright, chat. Let's go in close. Is this a good one? Okay. Seahawks tickets giveaway. We are, right, thanks to Henry, a true overloader, who about 3 hours before I started this stream hit me up and was like, "Matty, I have 2 tickets to give away to the Seahawks versus Cardinals. Week 12? Is it week 12? Anyway, it's the game tomorrow at Lumen Field. I've got 2 tickets now, thanks to Henry. So bloody kind of Henry, who has supported the stream a fair bit before. But this is something else. So, guys, I have 2 tickets that I'm giving away free of charge, obviously, for you. And all we're going to do, no one commented if my method was fair or not. So, I don't want to see people kicking up a fuss now, right? But I just want to say, right, we started the Shadow Overload podcast, me and Griff and I'm speaking for Griff here, but I know he'd feel similar, because we're passionate about the Seahawks, we care about what's happening, and we want to try and learn together on the way, but also share our learning and enjoyment of aspects of the team with fans. And the fact that it's grown into something where you guys have donated so much nice money tonight to me, and also to the point that one of the overloaders has shared tickets, right? Free of charge. Henry asked for nothing, right? Okay. Just for me to pass on to another overloader is beautiful, right? It really yeah, that's nice. It makes me feel it's wholesome, it's heartwarming, and with all the talk around Seahawks tickets being given away and sold to like rival fan bases, like big up Henry for doing that. That's very kind. So what we're saying here now is how we're going to give these tickets away. Right. What you need to do is you need to. I'll give you a minute. Okay, from now, you need to at Seattle Overload, right? At Seattle Overload in the chat with the answer to the following question, which I will put into the chat, which is. I'm typing it now. Now, everyone should get this, but it's just a little filter. I know most of the names in the chat, but I want this. I want this to go to a Seahawks fan, and yeah, it'd be nice if it goes to one of the usual overloaders. Fats, I don't think Mina Kimes is watching this stream. If she is, that would be cool. But yeah, what's to stop you copying answers, Monjombo? Nothing. But what if the answers are wrong, Monjombo? All right, here we go. That's the question. I've posted it in the chat. What was the defensive front that I asked Pete Carroll about in Munich, Germany? AC, that at Seattle Overload worked, but you need to answer the question. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to get up the random spinner wheel. Is that what we need? Okay. This is fun. Are we having fun? This is so fun. Okay. Right. Lots of good answers here, looks like. We've all... Although, only 2 people have used the proper terminology, so could be a difficult one. But no, I won't be a dickhead for once. I'm just typing these in. This is why, you know, the big streamers, they have like whole teams. It's crazy, isn't it? I feel like the certain period we came out of where everyone was watching streams was very good to them, which is fair enough. They had a little inefficiency. Right. Right, the voting is closed. Anyone who didn't answer, I'm very sorry, but you're not in. I'm having to type so many names, and you missed the boat. How much did our live stream increase at all? No, it didn't. That's good. So it'll be people who've stuck around with me rambling. So that's nice. Imagine if I entered someone's name twice. That'd be an absolute catastrophe. You can check it for me. Right, here we go. Let me undo myself here. That sounds wrong. Let me just check that this works. Because if it doesn't work live, there could be some shenanigans. Okay. Henry, you haven't entered. Right, here we go. So what we'll do is we're gonna bang it on here, right? And basically, the first name it lands on, okay, no crazy business, right? The first name it lands on wins, right? Then one condition for the winner. What is this? Look at this. What's this? So there's all your names. Congratulations, everyone answered correctly. Well done. Round of applause. You're all winners tonight, okay? One condition. First of all, you have to DM me your email address. You have to have an American Ticketmaster account on the Seahawks page, which I'll message you. So find a way to DM me your email address. Misfit, you're missing. Oh my god. This is a disaster. Misfit though, did you answer correctly? Let me just check here. My producer's in my ear. This is awkward. Misfit, good spot. Did I miss Richard? No, I didn't miss Richard. Reflect the Sun's on there. Oh, Misfit, you're right. I did. That's messed up. Nothing personal, mate. Good spot though. There you go. You happy now? Misfit thought the fix was in. There we go. We all happy? Everyone happy? Right, good. Nearly fucked it. Right. The other condition is send us a picture of you at the game, alright? In your Seahawks jersey. Put it on Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. Right. Best of luck to all of you. Appreciate you all joining me tonight. I've enjoyed it. I know you've enjoyed it, which is really nice. Honestly, I've had a lot of fun. Right. We're all friends, right? So we'll shuffle it, okay? So that there's no accusations of Misfit getting left off. Oh! That's a really good point, Turducken. A great name, by the way. Misfit, what are your thoughts on that? Maybe you are a misfit for the list because you did slander the D. No, it's okay. That's all in the past. It's fine. Alright, we'll shuffle it again. Right, now I'm going to click the spin right now, okay? Here we go. Congratulations to whoever it is. Oh my god. Axel! Congrats! Axel, nice one, mate. You have won 2 tickets to see the Seahawks, hopefully. Look at my suggested ad there. I told you I like whiskey. You have won 2 tickets, right, to see the Seahawks at home to the Arizona Cardinals. Well done. Round of applause in the chat. Everyone, that's awesome. Go on, Axel. Go on, lad. Or lass. That's so cool. So yeah, Axel, send us a picture of you at the game. DM me on Twitter, Blue Sky. If you need my email address, mate, I could put it in the chat. But that would out my middle name. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Are you mad? You have never seen drama like this before. Look. Are you, Axel? Last chance. If you're messing with me here, it's a good one. But if not, we got some drama here. Remove. Fine, Axel doesn't want to go. You live in Colorado. Look, I live in England. I could fly over. I could say screw all of you guys. Get a private jet. I'd make it in time, right? It's 3 a.m. here. So in Seattle, yeah, I could make it. I might go. Okay, here we go, guys. Can anyone else on this list not go? Because otherwise the drama... Right. Also, by the way, Tan. You were so close. Like I thought that was Tan all the way. Right, here we go. This is going to be, finally, the person going to the Seahawks-Cardinals game tomorrow is... It's Tan! There we go. Congratulations, Tan. You're going to the Seahawks-Cardinals game. Is Tan even in the chat anymore? I haven't seen Tan's name in a while. Justice for Tan. There we go, Tan. Tan, reach out to me on like I said, on all those things. Give me your email. Congrats. Have a great time. We want pictures. Chat will want pictures. And yeah, I'm jealous of you. And Henry, thank you so much. Like I really am grateful for not just you, Henry, but the whole kind of thing that we're building here. That sounds really wank, but it is heartwarming and nice. So yeah. Tan, can you go to the game? Can you please confirm? Because otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. Yeah, Tan, I got you. Yeah, can you message me on Twitter? I mean on YouTube? How do you message someone on YouTube? Oh, I tell you what, mate. What's our email here? Oh, no, that's not going to work. Hold on. 1 second. Just 1 second. Email this, Tan. You see that? Drop me an email there, mate. All right. Thank you, everyone, for that. That was a lot of fun. Everyone, please, if you haven't already, thank Henry. Like, that was nothing to do with me. I didn't even reach out to anyone. Henry just volunteered out of the kindness of their heart. So, thank you. Right. Guys, I don't know if I can do the second half. I'm sorry. What I can do, though, is quickly talk about the Arizona Cardinals game. Yay! Week 13 at home, which Tan will be attending. Guys, we have a score prediction from Griffin Sturgeon. Or Griffin Spin Move, I should say. And Griff said his score prediction was I wish Twitter chat would scroll properly. Do you know what I mean? That would be nice, wouldn't it? I don't know where this is. Where's Griff's score prediction? God damn it. This is great podcasting. Anyway, as I said before, as I try and find this, I'm really excited for the game because it's another like real test of the defense. Not only are they playing for basically the NFC West lead and a massive momentum change from like a massive losing streak to a winning record again, but they need to prove that they can get it done at home. It'll help that Arizona doesn't have too many fans and that Tan will be in the stadium cheering their head off. But, they need to prove they can win at home. And the Cardinals have so many moving parts to their offense, a very talented quarterback who can get it done with his legs, a gap run scheme that involves the quarterback but also a running back who breaks a lot of tackles in James Conner that's really difficult. And the Cardinals are also coming off a bye week. And it's something that we probably should have spoke about way earlier, rather than almost 4 hours in. But it's interesting to me that the 3 best Seahawks games of the season, which at home to the Denver Broncos, on the road at the Atlanta Falcons, and then this game at the 49ers, have come off breaks or preparations, or literally in the 49ers game's case, a bye week, right? That is interesting. The Cardinals coming off a bye, I wonder what they look like. I know their defense has struggled. I know their pass rush struggles. I don't think they're good defensively, although, odd fronts, maybe that will be something Seattle has difficulty with. I feel the offense is on a good trajectory, but I don't know. I don't know. And so to Griff's score prediction, Griff has the Cardinals winning 26-24. So Monjombo, this is your time. 26-24. Also Monjombo, can we fiddle last week? I think last week may have gone bad for me. Can we Cool. Thanks, man. Right. My score prediction is also that the Seahawks lose. Because I'm just worried about the offense. The offensive line. It feels like even though Grubb's trying to do the right things, there's sort of too much for them to overcome. And the way that he's doing it when there's so much to overcome and there's little errors in there as well is a bit heavy-handed. I'm going to go with the Seahawks. The total is that? Right. So I'm going to go with the Seahawks losing. 24 to 20. I think the Seahawks lose 24 to 20. I like picking 20. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. Obviously, these predictions are very significant and people pay a great deal of attention to them. So, guys, Tan, congratulations once again. Let me know when you've sent that email, because otherwise I have 2 straight up no tickets. I don't know what to do with them, and I'll have to just shift them to someone, and it'll be a mess. So I'll just check to see if you have sent an email. And thank you guys so much for all of your kind donations. It is it's kind of mind-boggling to me that people want to pay for stuff like this. I would do this anyway, but it's certainly nice just having you in here. And having so much interaction, so many questions. Let me check that I've answered all of them. Nope, none of them. Alright. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter at Matty F Brown. You can also find my work on SeahawksOnTape.com. I haven't been able to do as much this year because of a new job, but I have a grub offense thing in the works. It's very detailed as per, but I think the Yeah, like I said, they're making changes. Is it too late? Oh, Ajas, thank you, man. Much appreciated. And Reflect the Sun. What super stickers does $5 get you? I'm so excited. Do you get a good one? Oh my gosh, what is that? Is it like a party pear? It looks like a pear, but what's on its head? It's like a plunger? That's a cool super sticker. Much better than a big red stick. What, like me meeting Griff on live stream, like how Speed like runs around like harassing people in public. We should interacting. Redacted the harassing. I don't actually think he's doing that. Yeah, meeting people in public. We should like stream ourselves going to Brendan's coffee place and meeting, having a hug. Yeah, one day it will happen. I'm excited. I need a bit of negotiations with the other person as well. Tan, thank you, and thanks for the donation, Tan. That's very kind. Good to see you in here as well. Tan, I'll coordinate with you over email literally after I get off this. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Hope all your power and internet's back as well. Like I said, so ironic that we're talking about weather games and that Griff was calling it my show and then the weather made it my show. But anyway, that's my closing wisdom. I'll see you guys on Sunday. I'll see you guys tomorrow after the game, after hopefully a win. Good night.